How's it going, everyone? Welcome to the 2025 BJPF and Friends Draft live stream. This is so exciting. It's draft day. Let me tweet this out real quick. Um, but yeah, I hope we're all hyped for the 2025 NBA draft. I know I certainly am. It's going to be an awesome stream. We're going to have plenty of fun guests on the show. Hope everyone's doing well. I just saw my Pacers made a big trade for a high pick in the second round, which I always love. But cool. Let me drop this one. Huge. It's on Twitter. Now let's go Blue Sky. Day one of the draft. What a fun time. Happy draft day, Anthony Simons Burn. Congrats on the new Boston. Happy draft day, everyone. I will be sending this in all of my group chats very quickly, fixing the YouTube thumbnail, doing some basic prep stuff, and then we can really get into it. I'm very excited for today. Let's go, Reese. I'm fascinated to see. I mean, this is very chalk and boring. Like, I'm fascinated to see where Ace goes. Like, I just can't wait to see where he ends up. I honestly can't wait to see. I can't wait to see where it goes. Yeah, I think I don't have any intel, but I do kind of have like a gut feeling that Ace goes higher than people expect, whether that's a trade up or like a trade up or a team going up high to get him. But yeah, welcome to the stream, everyone. Just gonna let people trickle in as I finish some final prep stuff. Right, as I finish some final preparations today. Right now. Queen to New Orleans, that is the pick that I gave them in my final mock draft. I love that. I think it makes sense, especially, if their future with Zion is murky. But yeah, I like that a lot. I think it makes sense. Laro, what's up? Straight up with Utah, I could definitely see some Danny Ainge wheeling and dealing. Certainly a possibility there. I certainly wouldn't rule that out. Let me just get the thumbnail on here. So when people see YouTube, see the stream on YouTube, they get the right thumbnail. No, not made for kids, so I can advertise. I would like to make money on this if possible. But yeah, BJPF, what's up, Zay? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, thank you everyone for coming out. Exciting day. One of my very favorite days of the year. But yeah, I'm very excited. Hey, Philip, do I think CMB drops? Depends on what you mean by dropped. I feel like 15, 16 to like an OKC-ish type spot makes a lot of sense. I like that quite a bit. But yeah, as you can see, just like we have our live sheet with my board. We're going to be doing live grades as every pick fills in. I've got my horizontal board so we can view the draft that way. And then I'm going to have some fun visuals for when these prospects actually get picked. So just kind of wait for that. But yeah, CMB on the Grizz, like he just feels like a Grizzly or a Thunder kind of player, doesn't he? I just think that's very much just like the Colin Murray Boyles vibe, honestly. But yeah, I'm excited to see where he goes. Phoenix at 10 would make a lot of sense. Phoenix at 10 would be really cool for Murray Boyles. I would like that, just kind of building up their defensive backbone would be great. I'd like that quite a bit. I wish the Grizzlies had players as good as the Thunder. They have some good players. Definitely not as good as the Thunder, but who am I eyeing for Boston after the trades? I still think Kalkbrenner makes a bunch of sense for Boston as just like a high floor contributor who I really think is going to be a good two-way player. I like Cam Jones for them, another older guy. I like Javon Small for Boston, another older guard who I think contributes earlier. Reese, I also would not be a huge fan of the Baron J to the Spurs deal. I understand it. Like, I get why the Spurs would like Baron J, and I think if any team can get away with taking like a project D big, it's them because they have Wemby. But a little aggressive for me. As you can see, I have Baron J. What do I have? I have Baron J at 25. So would be a slight reach by my board, but nothing like so. Change the 22 to Brooklyn. Yes, good call. I do need to change that. There you go. 22 to Brooklyn. And then this Spurs pick is now Indiana as well. Zay, I want the Magic to get Walter Clayton so badly. That would be so perfect. It would be so perfect for them to take Walter Clayton. Yeah, I've heard some Boston trade up rumors. I did a podcast with some Celtics buddies last night. We talked about Khan as a trade up option, and we talked about Kuchonis as a trade up option. We talked about someone else I'm not thinking of as a trade up option, but Sorber being there at 14 would be awesome. I have Sorber going 12 to the Bulls. I just think that fit makes so much sense, and Sorber's great. They so badly need a center, and I think that's pretty realistic, but he got to start already. Well, the thing is, the first couple picks of this draft are evening, Jay. How's it going? Awesome. Cool. Dayron. I don't mind Dayron. Hawks getting Sorber would make a lot of sense. I believe I gave the Hawks Carter in my final mock, which I think Carter was the one that I gave them that I landed on for my guess at the Atlanta pick. Just seems like a very Hawksy kind of 3-and-D-ish, toolsy, young wing that they can develop. Just like even though the Hawks obviously have new management and they're kind of going to be different from, or at least we assume their front office won't, and their drafting kind of plans won't be exactly the same. Jace at 25 would be incredible if he falls that far. I think the hilarious outcome is the Suns taking him at 10 just because of the Michigan State thing. It's less funny. Jace being good makes it less funny. It would be funnier if there was some horrible Michigan State prospect that quite a few new GMs. Atlanta has new GM. Denver has no picks. But of course, yeah. Neek's fit was phenomenal. I was a big fan of Neek's. Let me just pull this up real quick. I mean, look at that fit right there. That is beautiful. The gradiented purple suit with the shoes, the chain. I saw he has a Clifford the Big Red Dog on his thing. The Colorado State ring. This is peak. This is absolutely beautiful. I'm a huge fan of the Neek Clifford drip at the moment. So much aura. Wolf at 10, I could see that happening. I could definitely imagine that being the case. Wouldn't shock me at all. Yeah, I saw Fears's fit, the all red with the it was the all red with the Fears chain. That was sick. So much aura. Who are the other good draft fits? I haven't been keeping up with the pre-draft fits as much as I often do. But Neek at 14 would be cool. I agree with that. I'd like that for the Spurs. I think he'd play right away. He'd be good right away. Don't think there's any issues with that. CMB looks horrible and uncomfortable. He was grimacing in pain. Oh no. Yo, what's up, JB? How's it going, GOAT? Do I prefer Coward or Bryant for the Spurs? Probably Carter, but very close. Close. I think they're similar level prospects. I think I'd take Carter just because I trust his defense a bit more. Less ball skills, but that's not like a huge issue for the Spurs, right? So I'd probably go with Carter over that guy. Pacers at 38. Oh, who do I want at 38? Man, that's a good question. I haven't even been thinking about that since obviously they didn't have a pick, but man, who do I like here? Like if they could get like a Cam Jones or Javon Small or Jameer Watkins, like these older guys who I value more than consensus, that would be sick. I'd like a Broom or somehow if Kalkbrenner fell, that would be sick. I'd love to add another versatile big. Sion James could be cool as well. But yeah, I'm curious to see who the Pacers take tomorrow. I'm glad we have 2 picks tomorrow. That's going to be wonderful. By the way, thank absolute God that the Pacers traded for their 2026 pick before Game 7. I don't know if that was part of the deal with the devil, but yeah, I'm glad. Aces draft fit? I don't think I have, but I'll look it up. Okay. Wow. That's questionable. I can't lie. I respect the trying something new. I'm trying to find a better picture of this because like all the pictures I'm seeing are like bad angles. Okay, so my main issue, I think the upper half of Ace Bailey's fit, I don't mind. Like I think I kind of like the interesting like studs and patterning on top of the red. Like that I have no real problem with overall. But I'd say the pants look fine. I saw this clip where he was wearing like the red tights, but it doesn't seem like he's actually wearing those. So it's probably going to end up being okay. How likely is the VJ Derek White outcome? I think that's probably somewhere around his ceiling, maybe a little lower. I don't know if I trust VJ to get to that level of like pull up creator, but I think like some kind of third guard whose main stuff is defense and off ball is definitely my idea for VJ at his peak, like a Melton type, a Suggsy type, a GP2 type. Not obviously exactly like those players. Second. Star in his Rover star. Yeah. It looks like a prom suit. What's up, Spencer? How's it going? I put Coleman Hawkins in my top 60 after we talked, honestly. I love Jameer. I actually moved Jameer. I moved Jameer into my like red tier a couple nights ago. Just kind of rewatching some of his tape and finalizing some of my notes. I'm a huge fan of Jameer. Dylan out auras him. Dylan's aura is crazy. Okay, I want to find more of these fits. NBA draft outfit. I want to see. Someone mentioned like the okay. 2 absolute bangers right here. These are both phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. VJ, I love the like, is it like a checker pattern or it's almost like snakeskin print? I love the all black. I love the monochrome, just like with the basic silver jewelry. And then Carter, I mean, I'm a sucker for an unbuttoned anything, as people who know me will know. Um, love the gold with like the maroon, those gold earrings as well. A little, what's that play? Elia, that probably has some sort of significance. Oh my goodness. I like the shoes as well. And I think my favorite thing about both of these fits, yeah, I think my favorite thing about both of these fits is how well their pants fit. I feel like so many of these like young player prospect fits, like they have the right idea or there's something cool, but they just like are wearing skinny jeans basically. But I really like the kind of consistent leg length for both of these guys. I just like personally like the baggier pants more. That's like my personal preference. Both these guys have clearly well tailored outfits. So man, absolute absolute stars right there. Um, I'd be cool to trade for Trey Murphy. I'm not as insane about him as like some draft Twitter people. Like, I don't know if I view him as like a future like top 20, top 25 type guy, but I could see him being like a sub all-star level impact in some kind of way. Most athletes like to show ankle. Look, it's okay if they show ankle. It's okay if they show ankle and they're wearing like low cut no show socks. But you know, if they're wearing like the ankle socks with little ankle, that's not acceptable. Okay, so I saw those. Let's see. What other fits can we find? What other fits can we find? Yeah, I saw the Fears one. We talked about the Neek one. Okay, these are pretty much all ones that we saw so far. Let's see. If anybody has like a link to, if anybody has a link, hey Will, I think my favorite draft day fit that we've seen so far is Carter Bryant's fit. I definitely think that's my favorite one that we've seen so far. Would definitely recommend checking that one out. I remember Grady's fit, but oh yeah, the red. Yeah, like the red shoulder pads. That was an absolute alpha move. If anybody has like a link to pictures of the draft fits, like feel free to drop them in the link so we can look at them before we actually get into the drafting. But let me go find some more pictures. But yeah, I love Carter Bryant's fit. The Carter Bryant VJ Edgecombe fit was just like, okay, here's a Will Riley fit. See, this one I think is a little too baggy. Like his jacket doesn't really fit. I think if the jacket kind of fit him a little bit kind of cinchier in the waist, I'd probably like this more. I like the color though. I like the color combination with like the cream undershirt, the like reddish jacket. I probably would have gone with a gold chain here. I think the gold chain probably yeah, I think the gold. Okay, I'm pulling up the Vogue article now. Okay. Ooh, interesting. I don't know how I feel about the stripes. Yeah, Will Riley is so tall. Ace Paul, I have no idea what Paul George said about that, and I honestly am not feel like I'm missing out. What do you say? I think the Suns should take Murray Boyles or Queen. That would be my biggest want for them. I like this. I like I think the silver, this little like lapel right here is really cool. Very okay, basic, clean. This is a Godspeed. How's it going? This is kind of I did not see Noah's fit yet. No, maybe I'll get to that. This is like exactly what I would have expected for Cooper Flagg. I'm not crazy about the goatee, to be honest. PG said Ace is doing too much and his agent is failing him. I mean, there's certainly truth to that. I don't disagree with that. Yeah, this fit, I mean, just oh my goodness. This is incredible. The double-breasted buttons, the pins, like this is oh man. Yeah, this one is truly, truly unbelievable. Yeah, Flagg is unfortunately kind of auraless. It's a good thing Flagg has aura on the court though, because his off-court drip is potentially gonna need work. Yeah. For sure. Ooh, okay. Okay, cool. I always like the stuff with the, like the meaningful stuff with the jackets inside. That's cool. Like, not the flashiest here, but I can definitely appreciate the kind of inspiration that goes into a fit like this. Oh my goodness, Trey with the shorts. I kind of like it, honestly. This is super out of the box. Like this is very different, but I kind of like it, honestly. I think this sock is really cool. It's like a cable knitty kind of sock with some like phrase right here on the loafers. Clean, just with the white shirt, black tie. I like this, honestly. I think it would have been too much if it was like crazy colors or crazy jewelry with this one, but just like the uniqueness of the fit and the length of the pants to me kind of make this one look great. Like I don't know if yes, I don't know if I would necessarily rock something like this, but man, he really pulls it off. Baron J, like the jacket, certainly don't like the pants and shirt combination um, for Baron J there. But I do like the jacket color. It looks good with his skin tone. Ace, yeah, just like his pants are too tight. Trey again, yeah, and then oh man, this Fears one is beautiful. Like I love the chain with the red. Like it's just very him. The sunglasses work really well with that fit. Yeah, we talked about Neek's outfit. Roberta was the first one we talked about. That one is awesome. Clifford draft fit. Let's see if we can just like, yeah, man. I mean, look, it's bold. It's really bold, and I like it for that. I'm a sucker for purple. Like purple is my favorite color. Especially like this middle shade of like lavenderish. I really, really like. And I just love Neek. So someone said Noah Asenge's fit we should check out. Not Noah Clifford. Draft fit. Let's see. Draft. Nope, not draft outfit. Any images? I don't know. I'll find it later, but cool. That was fun. I love looking at always anti. How's it going, Matthew? The Clifford patch. Yeah, it's definitely not for everyone. But again, I generally appreciate Demon on stream. Look at Demon. But yeah, I'm happy with Igor Demon. Let's see what is his fit looking like. Extremely extremely Russian looking fit. Okay, this person's threading all of these. Man, shout out Mia. Huge shout out to Mia Aggraviador. I totally butchered your name. I'm really sorry. But okay, we're gonna use your thread. Ooh. This is extremely like Soviet coded. Thanks, Jay. This is very like Soviet coded, but it's kind of cool, honestly. It's like very like military, but in kind of a cool way. Yeah, I saw the McNeely suit. It's a prom outfit. I mean, it's a prom suit. It was Yegor Devin. Come on. Wait, I just want to see this person's whole thread. Fears awesome. Ooh, I feel like Kasparis is giving very much like, what's up, Chip? How's it going, buddy? Great to see you here. Kasparis's fit is very like diplomatic almost. He's got like I don't know. Like as the OP says, it is like church fitty in some kind of ways, but I like the color. I think the darker brown works really nicely with his skin tone and with his hair. And I like the fun tie. I'm not really sure if it's like exactly I don't know if I would have gone with like a gold patterning, or maybe I would have like if you're gonna go with the gold patterning, I would have made it more gold per se. But I like it. Yeah, love Trey's fit. We talked about this. Love VJ's fit. Love Carter's fit. Riley could be better. Neek again. I like the bold. I like the boldness. Asa. Ooh, this is clean. I love to see the shoes and the bottom of the Asa, but man, this is a good looking suit. I really like the light blue with like it's kind of a risky move, honestly, going like double shades of light blue, but I think it works. Like these two shades, like this is more of like a matte, and this is more of like a sky baby blue. It looks like, um, but yeah, I'm a big fan of this fit. It seems like a lot of prospects are going with like the double breasted button kind of situation right here, which I like, honestly. Oh, interesting. Another one I'd like to see the full body. Not not my personal cup of tea with these kind of I don't even know what they are, like these accessories on the bottom. I see the vision though, and I certainly like him doing something creative and getting kind of, you know, this is a fraternity pledge fit. This is a fraternity pledge fit. Absolutely. Um I'm just shout out to this person. I'm gonna drop him a follow. It's great. Queen, just clean. Yeah, I'd say I agree with her. I'd say I agree with her assessment here. Like pretty clean, strictly business. Again, we see with the button kind of trend. Like this to me is kind of like the good version of what Cooper was trying. No offense to Cooper, but like if you're gonna do something basic, just like the all black, like the funeral, yeah. I like the vibes there, honestly. What's next? This person keeps threading them as like I think this person is live threading these as I'm here, which is great. Clayton. Okay, this person's let's see. Pants don't fit him. See, like these pants are just too tight for my tastes, unfortunately. Um, not crazy about yeah, I mean, I'm not, it's an all black. Nothing like crazy interesting in terms of positive or negative with this one, but cool. I think we're gonna switch back to the draft and start talking some basketball. But that was a great little fashion chat. Hey Kai, how's it going? Um they got Danny Wolf in the CPAC fit. That's great. But yeah, favorite fits of the night, Carter, VJ. I'm not going to be showing the draft because I think that would get my channel taken down. But we will be live reacting, talking about the picks as they kind of tip up. But yeah, I honestly am going to be thinking about that Carter Bryant fit for a while. That's beautiful. Like the man, I honestly might have to. Absolutely, Jay. Thank you, man. I think I might have to move Carter up my board to just for that outfit. Like quality styling fits him well. The one picture that we saw earlier of Carter and VJ was just like hilarious levels of aura. Fluorescent, as you can see, my board is here. I have Fears at 4. I'm very high on Jeremiah Fears. Huge fan of his offensive upside. What's up, Antonio? How's it going, pal? Awesome. Awesome. But yeah, looks like we should be closing in. It is about to be 5 o'clock PST. Could only have like immense aura or none at all. Yeah, you can't halfway aura it. I did like the Asa Newell fit. I agree with you. I needed to look up the pants on that fit because I only saw the top. I only saw the top of his fit, and I didn't see the bottom. But I really did like the top, like with the double shades of baby blue. But the draft should be now. Asa comp, I kind of like Bagley-ish, Larry Nance-ish, like non-shooting fours, like questionable shooting fours. Hopefully can add more value than that on like defense. Yeah, I might as well fill in Cooper for one, but we'll stay true to the. Oh, and for this stream, as always, as we do every year, we will be tipping picks in here. If you don't want to get the draft spoiled, if you don't want to get your team spoiled, I would recommend you leave this on mute on another tab or, close it out if you have to, but I would like for you to not. But yeah, we're going to, I think it's just I don't want to have to deal with like controlling people who are, even if I say like no tips, people are going to come in and tip the picks anyway. So just want to give everyone a heads up on that. I think Asa could be like an okay spot up shooter, but that's kind of about it. Asa to the Bulls would be a very Bulls pick. I agree with you. I do agree. Cool. As the drive is looks like the draft's about to tip, so I will tweet out the stream again. Cool. Tweet it out again. But yeah, thanks everyone again for being here. Thanks for waking up at 2 a.m. 1 a.m. gang in here, man. Appreciate all of you. Already have such a good turnout for the people in this stream. I really appreciate it. Yeah. I assume Cooper's gonna go one. It's not like last year where it wasn't like, or I feel like last year, like it was tipped kind of early that it was going to be Reese Shea, right? Like I think we kind of knew that early-ish on, or like throughout the day. I think it was all leaking. But just waiting. You got a lot of mainland Europeans. Just waiting for the Shams notification for Cooper Flagg to kind of, you know what? Why not? I'm going to throw Cooper, just because we know. So for each pick, Cooper, I'm not going to give him an A+ for drafting Cooper Flagg at 1. They don't get that kind of credit. But for every single pick, assuming somebody absolutely insane doesn't get picked, I'll be throwing up my little scouting graphic of them. So Cooper Flagg, I have one of these for pretty much every prospect that's going to get picked today. The Dallas Mavericks have traded Ace Bailey. No, that would be crazy. But yeah, Cooper Flagg, man, easily the best prospect in this class. Doesn't deserve an A. He doesn't. You're right, but it's Cooper. Isn't Nick like 2 older than average? I don't think Nick is 2 years. Nick is going to be 24 as a rookie, which is like older, but not so much older. COVID years, a lot of these guys are kind of COVID year fodders, but I mean, even though Nick is older, I feel quite confident in his. Then we'll do this strike through. Command Shift X. There we go. Cooper Flagg is off the board. Feet, not feel. Nope. The Dallas Mavericks select Carter Bryant. That would be awesome. Yeah, Hunter Dickinson will have an NBA role. I don't know, maybe in like the National Billiards Association or something. I would assume I would be stunned if Hunter Dickinson ever had a real NBA role. I mean, he could play in March. Sure. He's not better than like Drew Timme, who I think was fine this year. Have a roll at Wendy's. That would be cool if Flagg grew. Proctor to me is just like a kind of jack of all trades, master of none, which is not an archetype that I favor. Like these these college role players to me who kind of like that's all they are in college. They're complimentary guys and they don't really have any standout skills. I fade pretty hard. And that to me is how I view Proctor. Like he could be a fine like bench guard, but that's just not something I value particularly highly. But I do have a card for Proctor if he gets drafted, even though he's very low on my board because he is, relatively high on consensus board. So I am prepared for if / I'm actually going to move this over a little bit. So if anyone wants to see the very bottom of my board, I'm going to move this over a little bit just to make some more room for the graphics. But why Sion over Proctor? See, I think Sion has some actual standout traits, and those being like his incredible ability to like mirror and cut off guys at the point of attack, and I think his like table setting was more intriguing to me as like a nominal point guard than what Proctor did. But yeah, that's kind of my quick aside as to that. Ryan Nembhard. I mean, like it would be cool if they took Ryan Nembhard because it's baby Nembhard, but I would not be happy with. I mean, from like if everything was the same. Hold on a sec. Looks like we have our first guest of the day coming on. Matthew Spawnhour. How's it going?
How's
buddy?
it going? I'm doing well. I'm excited for the draft. How are you?
I'm doing great. I am very sleep deprived and tired, but for the best reasons. I'm sure plenty of you know Matthew Spawnhour, but possibly not some non-overlap here. Matt, want to tell the people just quickly who you are, what you do?
I am a NFL and NBA guy. I do TikTok over at Spawnhour, SPONHOUR, and I do the Stay Hot podcast with a couple of my buddies. And I'm a Hornets fan. I'm a Carolina fan, so I'm coming on to talk now and around their pick and whatnot. I got the Panthers shirt on today. I'm repping.
Absolutely, we got to rep Carolina. Hopefully something good, but a couple picks away. But that's kind of I feel like in a certain way that's like the true second pick of this draft, right? Like,
yeah,
we kind of know who's going 1 and 2, but 3 and 4 really off the board. So let me just ask you for Charlotte, do you have any like pipe dream hopes, anything that you're really excited about, or any picks that you would be like really not happy with?
If they were able to trade up for Edgecombe without giving up the Heat pick that they have, basically anything that they could give up to do that, I would be super hyped
Which
about.
Heat pick do they have again?
They have like the 26 that is like lottery protected and then converts immediately the year after.
Okay.
And the Heat are like not good,
That's
or maybe
a good
it's
asset
20.
to have.
It's got a chance to be like, at least more ping pong balls, right? Which is what I'm hoping for.
For sure.
I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I don't know who the 76ers would want that the Hornets have. I'm assuming Miller and LaMelo are obviously off the table, right? And it's like, are they interested in Bridges? I think no. Are they interested in Mark Williams? I'd also guess No, maybe if they didn't like Edgecombe and they wanted like but I have a hard time imagining that anybody wants to bet on somebody as injury prone as Williams. I also wouldn't be upset if they moved down. I have been struggling to come to a strong opinion about what they should do if they should stick at 4. I have been thinking about this, and there is nobody who stands out as like clearly this is the dude, right? And to me, that means that like trading down would be a good thing. Obviously, like they need as many swings as they can get right now. I really don't think they have. They have basically, 2 or 3 serious future pieces. You could argue they have like 1.5, right? So
someone in the chat said LaMelo for all of Brooklyn's picks this year. Who says no?
I have mixed feelings about LaMelo. This is the last year of he's got to play more before it's like he just doesn't play. My big thing when it comes to this type of stuff is like I think injury prone roll of the dice guys never pan out like any given season. I don't think there's like a chance that it's like, oh, it's going to work out great for you. I think that more often than not, like they just end up getting hurt. There's certain guys that just can't play 80 games, 70 games. They just can't do it. It's too physically demanding. I'm not trying to hate on them because like at this point in the NBA, like how many guys play 82 a year? Like
not that many.
10, 15, maybe. And some years it's like single digits easily, right? And when you look at like
there were 11 players who played 82 minutes, who played 82 games this year. So
right. So it's like when you look at the playoffs too, the most important thing is staying healthy. And I know that's kind of common sense, but then what do we see happen during the offseason? The Hawks are going to go and commit $30 million of salary to Kristaps Porzingis. And it's like, you get it because it was cheap in terms of draft capital and it's only 1 year. And like, dang, it makes their ceiling so much higher. But I think ultimately you really can't bank on that many guys like that before you're just guaranteeing that you're going to have an injury at a crucial moment in the playoffs, and it's going to be really tough for you to compete. So I look at the Hornets the same way. Why are they so bad? I like to think they're not quite a 19-win team level bad, but they've been worse 3 years in a row because they can't stay healthy, right?
Yeah, so it's tough. And Cooper Flagg officially into the Dallas Mavericks. No shock here. We already kind of put this one in beforehand. Any outstanding, interesting thoughts on Cooper Flagg to the Mavericks, aside from I really do feel like this is like a level of cosmic injustice for the basketball world, for the Dallas Mavericks having Cooper Flagg, because I really wish I could fade the Mavericks going forward, but I just don't think I can do that because they have Cooper Flagg now.
No, it's I think he's going to be awesome. I think it's a really big get for them. I'll say before the lottery, I made a list of like every team based off how much they deserve to win the lottery. And my like bottom 3 teams were the Mavs, the Spurs, and the 76ers. It really is sick. This is the way that it panned out. I was watching the thing and it was those 3 and the Hornets. I'm like, if there is any like cosmic force at play here, it's got to be Charlotte who gets the 1. Then of course they get the 4 because that's how it goes.
It's like if there's any good in the world, overall. Yeah, Cooper dapping up all the Montverde guys was cool right there. Matt, did you see any? Did you see any? And / do you have a favorite draft day outfit from any of the prospects? We spent maybe 10 to 15 minutes talking about this before you hopped on.
The only thing that I saw was Ace Bailey's just atrocious fit. It is like Fortnite jacket level of. There's bad. Maybe I'm underestimating and I'm forgetting like what some of the previous guys had on other years, but like it is. I understand it's draft night and everybody's young, so it's like you want to do something crazy or you want to wear like a purple suit or whatever. Like I don't even think it always looks bad, right? But yeah, what he had on was just it's tough. Well, what do you think about Ace Bailey? Well, I can see You have him, so you have him is this what you think will happen, or what
No,
you
this
think
is
should happen?
so yeah, this is just my draft board pretty much. This is just like,
Okay.
this is my board. And this
Okay.
is it kind of situated differently. But yeah, I'm like okay-ish on Ace. Like I think he's I view him as more of like a long-term complementary guy, like a really good 4th, 5th starter who adds a ton of his value with like movement shooting and secondary driving and defense. And like I still think that's a good player, but it's going to require a certain level of intentionality, not only from like whatever team picks him, but from him and his
from Ace
camp.
himself.
Like, yeah, exactly. And that's what's tough.
It's tough to make a call.
Right, because like his biggest swing skill to me, which is like his wiring, his kind of mentality, is like the hardest thing to really project or guess or actually like. It's just hard to like. It's hard to know. Like we don't know the kid. We don't know his. Aside from rumors, like I don't know his circle. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on Ace. Like I'm a fan of his. I think he's a good prospect. I just certainly don't view him as like this blue chip top 3 guy in a strong class.
No, I completely agree. I mean, if the reports are true that he's like turning down, and he said no today, I saw, but then like maybe he's like doing that to sort of, help his stock here after like before he like didn't want to go work out teams. I don't know because we don't know him personally, but like if the reports are true that he's turning down teams because they don't have like basically a big enough role for him super immediately available, that makes me really worried about him sliding his game down a little bit and being less of an on-ball guy, because the reality is like there's plenty of dudes in the last 5 years, 10 years, whatever, who have flamed out of the league because they can't accept the role that they need to play. And if Bailey is like as a prospect, I feel like more strongly invested in being a number 1 than like even you would typically see from guys who are like that in college. Like it seems like he's really focused on being the guy. Then it makes me particularly nervous that like it's a really big job to get him to scale his game down. So
absolutely, someone said Matt looks like Cooper Flagg.
I have gotten that a few times. I do look a little bit like Cooper Flagg.
Well, I know you're really busy with, being at the draft and going number 1, but I appreciate you taking some.
Well, I got to make it out here, man. It's priorities.
But yeah, so someone in the chat said this, but I do agree that Ace is like a little overrated as an athlete, which kind of matters. Like he doesn't have the strength or the power that maybe he kind of gets billed at as like really high level athlete, where to me, the best thing about Ace physically is like his fluidity. Like he is so crazy fluid and nimble and agile for someone of his size, but I don't think he's traditionally like explosive or powerful, which to me, again, makes him a more logical fit as an off-ball player. So I guess Shams is just not tipping the picks this year, which is kind of cool, honestly.
That's cool.
That is cool. I like that. As I said before you got here, we generally just do pick tipping because people are going to tip it in chat anyway, and I don't want to have to kind of deal with that. But it would be really nice if we didn't have that. The second pick is almost certainly going to be Dylan Harper, assuming it is Dylan Harper as we think. Thoughts on the Spurs, the direction, the pick, anything you'd like?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question for San Antonio is like, how aggressive do you get when? Because there's a couple of things, and it is Harper. There's a couple of things that like you have to think about here. Number one is that, maybe you're worried about being too aggressive, but realistically, like Wemby is pretty clearly already a level of player that can be, either number 1 on a championship team now or will be like within the next couple of years. That's the expectation, and he's pretty quickly pacing towards that. How much do you want to be aggressive in his current window? And are you willing to bring in older guys to do that? And are you worried about the other young guys holding him back? Is something that San Antonio is going to have to decide. There's also now the consideration more so than ever with the new CBA about like, do you need to maximize Wemby's rookie contract? I kind of think the answer is yeah, you want to maximize that while you can.
I definitely hear that. I feel like that's something we've like talked about in football for so long. You know, it's like if you have like the good rookie quarterback, you go all in around them because you're going to have to pay them a gazillion dollars after. And I think it's less the case in basketball just because it's rare, I think, to have as many, well, obviously there's no quarterback in basketball, but I do agree with you. Like, assuming Wemby can stay healthy, which, who knows? I mean, he had a very awful tall person injury that kept him out of the year. But like, assuming you have Wemby, Fox, Castle, movable assets like they're and Harper now, like that's enough to be competitive next year. So I think regardless, I agree with picking Harper here. Like I view Harper highly enough to where like I would rather pick him than kind of dangle the number 2 pick for something. And I think you can still make a trade if you're the Spurs, right? Like you have a lot of tradable assets, have an extra first round pick here, if something has to happen. But yeah, I think Harper and Wemby, and like even though I think maybe there's some concerns fit wise with Castle and Fox with Harper, I think the most important thing is always to get the fit right with your 1A superstar. And I think Harper's a great fit with Wemby. I mean, it's kind of not fair because everyone's a good fit with Wemby. But certainly I think Harper is a good fit with Wemby just with the pick and roll game, and he can hit spot ups, and it's just obviously, Wemby can pass. It's going to be, I'm certainly hoping for good health for them as a neutral fan, just because that's going to be a really, really fun, what was it? The Spurs, who said this quote, Gavoni just tweeted, Spurs taking a patient approach to building the roster, viewing Harper as their cornerstone, quote, excellent building block for us. Iron sharpens iron. That's a hilarious quote.
And I think kind of we're like, even if you're worried about like figuring out, okay, it's probably not going to be all Fox and Castle and Harper, you don't have to make that decision without seeing what everything looks like on the court. So doing anything other than just kind of taking like the best prospect available here, especially when it's like kind of so clear who the 2 is, would probably be a mistake to me.
Yeah, definitely agree. So we have the Sixers. Thank you, Spotted Sausage. I don't know how this works, but I've gifted measurements. I appreciate that. I don't know how this works, but appreciate the support, everyone. Got so many people in this stream. My goodness. Anyways, the Sixers are on the clock at 3. Any thoughts? Any guesses on any guesses on where they go? I think it's going to be Edgecombe. Personally.
I think it's going to be Edgecombe too. I feel like I've heard a lot of different possibilities for them, but I also feel like you hear that with Morey, and I kind of think just like the simplest thing that could happen here is that they just stay put and take kind of the consensus number 3, who you aren't as high on. Why? Not that I'm hating on the ranking, but
you're welcome to hate as much as you'd like. Yeah, I'm mostly a little lower on VJ's ceiling, where I think it's like traditionally we kind of view like crazy athleticism as like a ceiling trait, when in a lot of ways I think that's kind of a floor trait, especially like in the way that VJ has it, where he really can't do much in the half court in terms of creating with the ball in his hands. And I wish he was like 6'5" or 6'6", because then if he's like true wing size, I think his skill set as like a 3 and a complementary wing defender makes more sense. But I think a lot of this just like how highly I view a lot of the prospects above him, but I am a little lower on VJ. I wouldn't like hate it if they, when they take him here. I was going to say, this is the first live grade I'm actually going to have to think about, since the first 2 picks we kind of knew were happening. But yeah, a trade here would be fun. Just seems unlikely that we get a trade here this late, right? Like that's
They're
not
letting it get down to it. They got 40 seconds from what I can see.
Yep.
Something else I wanted to ask you about. You've got Derek Queen at 3.
I love Derek Queen. Derek Queen is my GOAT. Queen is one of my favorite players in this draft. I think he's one of the best like offensive centerpiece bets outside of the first 2 guys, where Queen to me is just such a potent scorer, advantage creator. Really like his passing as well. And I think his defense is a little underrated too, because he definitely has some motor issues and his rim protection is an issue, but he's got crazy quick feet for a guy his size. He's got great hands. He can force turnovers. And I think even though Derek isn't necessarily like as easy to build around as some other guys, because he is like a non-spacing, non-traditional big, I think the reward is really high. But I think he's more fit specific. But I really do trust Queen. Like, I think there's a way for him to be a valuable defender in the NBA with the right teammates around him. And I think there's a way that he can, be the centerpiece of an offense. So yeah, I'm a huge Derek Queen guy. I don't think he's going to go as high as I have him. But let's see. Who are the Sixers taking? I'm watching this.
Yeah, it says the pick is in, so they just made it.
Looks like they just made the pick. I'm very curious to see who they take. I think it's going to be Edgecombe, but we'll see. It seems like it should be VJ. Okay, Shams just tweeted VJ, so it's probably VJ.
He's changed his mind. He's
changed his mind. He wants to tip the pick. So I'm going to trust Shams. Want to kindly check Wikipedia says VJ. We've got Wikipedia tipping, and there it is on TV. His suit, I absolutely love his fit. His fit is great. Just very
looking sharp.
He's a sharp looking guy. But yeah, VJ to the Sixers, like we said, not like my absolute favorite pick in the world. But I understand it, and I think VJ makes more sense to me for a team like the Sixers, who already like have a lot of pieces in place. Wait. I didn't think this through. Wait a second. Let me just reorganize this for a second. But any thoughts on now with VJ gone? What do we think about the Hornets right now? I'm going to kindly request that we don't tip the Hornets pick in the chat, everyone. I'm not going to be looking. So we can experience this one live with Matt. But any kind of thoughts on who you want now, assuming, seems like it's kind of late for there to be a trade.
I mean, I've heard like literally everything is the issue. I've heard Khan, I've heard Trey Johnson. I saw some Fears stuff earlier today. I think with Khan, I'm a little bit worried about how the athleticism is going to work out for his defense. I think with Trey, like, he's not the most consistent getting inside. And it's like the Hornets have got to get some guys who can pressure the rim, or not even necessarily pressure the rim, but just like finish at a different level. Bailey, we already talked about my worries with him. I wouldn't be mad at Malawash, but that's maybe a guy who you feel like you can trade down for. I'm not the biggest, like, you have to trade down and get perfect. Sometimes you got to make the pick if you got to make the pick. They're kind of at a tier break here a little bit, and it's tough to get out of those spots.
I'm going to take this person's suggestion in chat and move around these columns a little bit to make this look cleaner, but it's a really wide open spot.
Right.
How would you feel if the answer was Ace Bailey?
Here's the thing. I would talk myself into the upside, of course. I mean, it would be cool and interesting, but it's just hard to imagine a thing like that working out for Charlotte. It just is. I mean, it seems like every guy we have has some sort of drama or like legal issues or whatever. And to throw, not to say that Bailey is like on the level of, anybody who has legal issues on the Hornets, like shooting the ball a lot is completely different. But like, you could just, if the Bailey taking too many shots and wanting to be a number one issue is going to be like at its ceiling, at its like worst possible outcome, it would happen if he was on the Hornets, because that's just the way it goes. And you know what? Maybe that's unfairly judging, what is a fresh organization, but it's hard to shake what it's been for the last like 10 years or whatever.
I hear that. Thank you everyone for the suggestions on the sheet. I'm totally just kind of like waffling on this, going live on, how I'm working on this. But yeah, I think Ace and the Hornets just like, I don't think any team, I don't think any team that takes him 4 would be a bad pick. But I just think with Brandon Miller, especially, maybe a little redundancy, like secondary tall shot maker who, has some ancillary skills. Like, I think Miller's definitely a better playmaker than Bailey. I think Bailey's probably a better defensive prospect. So like they could kind of add in that way, but yeah, I think
it would be interesting. They'd have some really interesting lineups. That's what you could say.
I really think, I'm not the one to kind of say this or suggest anything, but if I were VJ Edgecombe, I would go by Valdez. That is such a cool name. That is an incredibly cool name.
I like
it's such a sick, even like Ace, like Arius, that's a sick name. I certainly understand like going by the nickname if you kind of have a lame government name. Like even, I don't want to call it lame, but like, do you know what Trey Johnson's government name is, Matt?
What?
His name's Richard. His name is Richard Johnson. So like, and I think Trey is either his middle name or like a signature, but I understand it. I think Trey Johnson definitely rolls off the tongue well. I think it just makes sense. Also, Matt, did you see Trey Johnson's fit?
No, I did not.
Oh my goodness. You should look it up. He has like the double-breasted with shorts. Yeah, I do believe Richard Johnson is Valdez fluent English. Fair
wow,
enough.
That's something.
I know, right?
Can't get behind the suit shorts. Not to hate on him on a big day, but
I respect the boldness. See, it's like it's not something that I think I could ever rock, but I think he pulls it off, and I think part of why I like it is just because like it's understated. Where like, he didn't. Yes, everyone, please don't tip the pick in the chat. I mean, I'm gonna ignore the chat for now. But so like if you have to, whatever. But yeah, I think the fact that Trey went with like the shorts, but it's like a plain all black, right? If it was like crazy colors, did you see Nick Clifford's outfit, Matt? You should look this one
I'll
up.
look that up as well.
Yeah, I'm very curious to get. We had some very differing opinions of Nick Clifford's outfit in this chat. 88 degrees in New York City, might as well be comfortable on your big day. Fair enough. I'm sure it is an absolute.
It's not a bad point.
Absolute, oven out there. How's the weather over in Ohio, Matthew?
It's pretty warm over here. It's been too hot. I know everywhere's been through a heat wave. It's Clifford's outfit. It's not what I would wear, but I don't think it's like. Look, I think there's more. It's not as bad as Ace Bailey.
It's another one where like I respect the effort, and I'm also a sucker for purple, so I think I just have some bias there. But again,
I think it seems to fit him well, which is more that you can say for a lot of guys.
It does. That's true. A lot of these guys, I think my main issue with so many of these fits is just like, they don't fit the guys. Like their pants are too small, the jacket's too big, like. But honestly, I think the quality is really high. Someone said Neek's jacket looks like a $25 mixed drink. The gradient will do that to you for sure. But Hornets pick is in, Matt. Here we go.
It's been in for a minute. I'm ready for this thing, man.
Are you excited for? I don't know. I'm trying to think of anyone who'd be like a disaster pick.
I don't know, dude. I guess my feeling right now is like we won 19 games for whoever we're about to get, and it's like, dang, we just did not get a very good break on the the 4, man. In my final predictive mock, I went with Ace here. I just kind of have a gut feeling. Maybe like you kind of said earlier, it's hard for me to shake like the old kind of Hornets stench, even though there's like new ownership, new management. All right, Mr. Silver up to the podium. Con Knipple. Okay.
Wow. There we go.
I think he's going to be a good player. I mean, I think the shooting is going to fit in pretty easily, right? It's not tough to imagine, but I am worried. I know some people were trying to say, well, the athleticism isn't too bad. I know he can do some work off the dribble, like attacking closeouts. I don't think he's crazy limited in that way, but I guess I do question if the lateral quickness is going to be enough to hold up on defense. Like if you were to get to a playoff setting, which maybe is not a concern for Charlotte, but hypothetically, hopefully it will.
I like it for Charlotte insofar as they've spent so much time drafting low feel project picks that just like that's been their MO for like the last decade. I feel like just kind of taking these JT Thors. I didn't mind Solon as a prospect, but I thought it was too high.
Oh, dude, I mean, he is so far off. Right. He has got to be
he's gonna. It's gonna take a long time. Con to me is outside of the top two, the safest, most quote unquote NBA ready guy in the draft. Like I think he's gonna be. The chat is absolutely loving this one. And I honestly agree. I can't lie. I am probably higher on Con than you. I really do believe in his offensive upside because of his incredible playmaking and the shooting. Defense definitely a potential concern, but that offense with Melo and Miller and him could be absolutely. I'll give this an A. I love it.
Well, then I'll buy into it because I'll tell you this. One of the Hornets' biggest issues, among a million other things, is the fact that their connective pieces over these last 3 years have just been guys who, what did Steve Clifford say a couple of years ago? I don't know if you remember, but he's talking about like how like teams would screw up in the draft. And it's like, then there's certain guys who are getting NBA minutes who don't even deserve it. Like basically while he was actively doing that. I mean, some of the guys who have been on this roster getting time, like it just makes games unwinnable on top of the fact that all the star players get hurt all the time. So
yeah,
if Khan is somebody who can connect the offense well and like not only just like live up to like some sort of decent NBA standard, but genuinely help the offense flow better, then I'm sure I'll be very happy with it because I've been trying to see the good in some very, very ugly for a long time. So it won't take much for me.
That's right. And I think for Charlotte specifically, I just think it makes he's such a good palate cleanser to me. Like, all of like the stench of the last, decade or whatever of picks of just, your Kai Thor and your Kai Jones, your JT Thor.
Are you seeing this are you seeing the army of cons we've got?
Yep, all the Knipples.
Monocolored suits.
The Knipples are kind of like a legendary basketball family. Like his younger brother Cager, which I believe is the far right, is like a fairly well regarded like younger prospect. I believe the parents were pretty regarded athletes. Like he's got something there. But I also think just kind of one more thing on Khan is that like I very much like the fact that he was so dominant for a long time. Like he was like the most efficient scorer in AAU like every single year of his life. He's been a bucket for so long, and I trust him to keep being a bucket at the next level. Like, is Con Knipple going to be the first ever basketball player ex-hooper? Is he going to be the very first to bridge that gap? He could be a real trailblazer in the ball don't stop type discussion right here. But cool. Con to the Hornets. I feel good. I hope you feel all right. But
yeah, I feel decent about it. There's I mean, if they had taken basically anybody they were rumored to get, I wouldn't have been furious about it. There was nobody they were considering there's nobody who would have been as much as a reach as last year, frankly.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's because if they took Trey, I would have been super okay with it. If they took Malawash, I would have been super okay with it. Someone said, would I rather do a half-hour podcast with Stephen A. Smith or Big Perk? I feel like I would like to sit down and have a 30-minute conversation with Stephen A. Smith, just like to say that I've done that. It's just like a cool thing. a cool thing. People are saying if the Hornets took a Sengue, that could be similar. But they didn't do that. And I'd probably take Stephen A. Smith. I feel like it would just be like an entertaining time regardless. Big perk for 30 minutes is going to give you airborne CTE. Jazz pick is in here. Any guesses? If you had to predict, I feel like
I have no idea. This
could be like a Trey Johnson spot. All the smoke before the draft was that Jeremiah Fears is kind of a, is a likely pick here, which it's tough for me because I'm a huge Fears guy, but I also am just not crazy about the fit here because I'm also a big Isaiah Collier guy, and you've already drafted.
That would be my question.
So many like relatively one-way guards, and I don't necessarily subscribe to the idea that like you shouldn't stop yourself from drafting a great player because you drafted a similar player who you don't think is as good in the past. But I do think with all of the Jazz young guys, it's like I don't know what you're going to do with all of them, and I feel like everyone's kind of in agreement, right, with having no real idea what's going on. Matt, are you okay? People are tipping this pick. Are you fine with this?
Oh yeah, I don't care. I just saw it on my phone.
Yeah, it's Ace. Okay, which honestly, don't hate. Like it's not my favorite.
If he's gonna go somewhere to get some shots, I mean, shoot, I don't think the Jazz are gonna be any sort of competitive next year. So I understand taking a shot on the upside. Like I get it. It's really hard to place Ace because so much of it hinges on like just this mental factor that nobody can know for certain, right?
Right, exactly. And I honestly, again, it's kind of hilarious because it seemed like his camp was like actively avoiding Utah, right? And they ended up doing it anyways. But I think from a basketball perspective, it makes a whole lot of sense. Like the Jazz are not necessarily a team that like should be drafting for need at this point, but their biggest need is like a two-way wing. They so badly need just one of those guys. Like they had that kind of with Taylor Hendricks, but Taylor Hendricks broke his leg last season. So who knows what's going to go on in the future, right? I like it. Ace Bailey. This is probably like a B plus type pick to me. Not like nothing totally stellar, incredible, but I'm happy with. I mean, I think again, damn, Ace does not look happy. Maybe it's just like it's probably easy to read too much into like their facial expressions and body language like as they're walking up to the draft, but yeah, that does not look like an extremely stoked guy. I can't lie. Like which is again, this is just an insane way for this Ace Bailey saga to end. I was talking to a buddy earlier today, like one of my, non-Twitter friends who was, asking me about this situation. And he was like, yeah, I feel like Ace to Utah is just like such a logical basketball fit, but it seems like he just doesn't want that. And I'm like, yeah, that checks out. Someone said Ace just looked very like, I don't know how to describe how Ace is like. He was kind of just like with like a kind of like a half smile when he stood with the commissioner. It certainly wasn't like when VJ got picked. You could see you could see the kind of. I feel like he's one of those just guys who you can feel his energy. Whereas Ace, I kind of don't think you can, and maybe that's like a bad sign. It's like if you're not excited, like it's kind of, I don't want to do too much like armchair psychology. But Ace in Utah, yeah, from a basketball perspective, I like it a lot. Also underrated, I think getting him with Will Hardy makes a whole lot of sense. Like you need a creative coach for Ace to really thrive. I think as we talked about, right? Like if they're going to kind of concede like, okay, we're just going to give you the ball. We're going to let you isolate. We're going to let you play how you want to play. Probably not going to go crazy well. But I think even though, the Jazz haven't won, honestly, like I feel like Will Hardy is such an anomaly in the NBA. Like coaches of like this bad teams just so rarely actually get to stick around as long as Will Hardy, but I think everyone kind of agrees that Will Hardy is good and shouldn't get fired, right? Like,
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough roster situation.
it is.
I'm gonna have to bounce.
For sure. Thank you so much, Matthew Spawnhour, for all of your generous time. Anything you like to plug, say to the people before you head out?
At SpawnHourM on Twitter if you want to catch me there.
His Twitter is on the screen. It will be on the screen throughout both of the next 2 days. Go check out the Stay Hot podcast with Matt and our buddies Theo and Bladen, who aren't really basketball guys, but I feel like there's enough interest, kind of. But the occasional 10-minute Stay Hot basketball outro, always enjoy that. But anyways, thank you so much, Matt, for your time, Matt, and enjoy the rest of your night. And congrats on Con. I really do love that for you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thanks you for having me.
For sure. See you, Matt.
I'll see you.
Awesome. Huge thanks to Matt again. Go check out his stuff. He's just like one of the nicest, chillest dudes in the content creation space that I've met as well. Such a genuine guy, and I really appreciate the stuff that he does. But yeah, we will be having our next guest on probably within a couple picks, but for now it's just going to be me, and I'm seeing plenty of Ace Bailey, Jason Tatum comparison things flying around. So number 6 to Washington. What are we thinking? I'm still, would I rather have Khan in the NBA or Sonia in the WNBA? Probably Khan in the NBA, but close, similar vibes, I guess. Cody Williams drafted after this season, he might not even get drafted. Trey or Queen or Fears. Now that he's gone and we're not looking for anything, we're okay to tip picks again. Again, as we said, anybody who's here, if you don't want your team's pick spoiled or you want to wait till after the pick is read on TV, feel free to mute it. No hard feelings. Cody Williams, Fears could definitely be Fears. I like Fears, honestly. Fears is. I am not a Love Island guy, Matthew. I've seen so much Love Island content on my TikTok though that I feel like I'm like getting the Love Island story anyways. Like I know people are upset. We're really upset about the episode that aired after the finals because people were like just mad about the people were like mad about who went home, I think. I agree that Salon is better than Cody, and I have more confidence in Salon than Cody. I agree with that. Just saying. But do we know who they take? I'm seeing people kind of react. I'd like it to be sure. Did I apply for The Bachelor? I applied for Survivor, Jay. I would never do The Bachelor. Has anybody seen if anyone's seen like the Family Guy episode where Brian goes on The Bachelor and he just like does nothing and the girl like ends up hanging out with him because she like wants to smoke a cigarette in the back? That's my Bachelor strategy. If I ever for some reason had to go on The Bachelor. But I think I would pass. I do think I would pass on that. But I like the Tim Robinson zipline strat. I like reality competition shows, but I'm not crazy about dating shows necessarily. Just like not my cup of tea. I understand why people like them and I get the appeal sometimes, but Survival is the family friendly. Furphy higher than Do I sound like Carson? Maybe. I can kind of see that. Thoughts on Bryce Sensabaugh? I liked him as a prospect. Haven't kept up a ton with what I haven't kept up a ton with what Bryce has done in the league. But all right, pick is in. Do we have a tip here? Okay, people are saying Trey. Is this a Shams tip? Who's tipping the Trey? The Trey pick. I certainly believe it. Pick Johnson. All my competition pitch from good old basketball. Very understandable. Trey at 6. Cool. All right, Trey Johnson. Let's pull up the card for Trey. Interesting pick, honestly. This is exactly where I have. Oh, this is exactly on my board where I have Trey. I have him at 6. So, totally perfectly fine value by my board. What do we think? I kind of like it's on stream. I'm behind. That's honestly kind of fine. Yeah, I'm watching the draft on my TV on like my Spectrum app, which I think is behind live, but I don't mind it. I think I'm gonna give it like another B plus type grade, B plus A minus. I just think it makes sense because the Wizards do need like a primary scoring bet, and I think there's maybe some of that at Trey's ceiling. Though I'm not like as crazy about his slashing. Man, maybe I don't love this fit. I don't know. Yeah, I think the bet is definitely for Trey to just kind of develop some on-ball juice. And I think he is a really impressive. Yeah, I think Trey is a very, very impressive shot maker. Yeah, I like the hero ceiling. Like, if that's the case, I think that's good because hero is awesome. But I understand the bet on Trey here just because he is a phenomenal shooter. I do wish they went with Fears here personally, or like someone like that who could put more pressure on the basket, but I certainly don't mind it. Like I'm not so Jaden Hardy, but good. I'm not so crazy. Yeah, I think the Wizards just like need more real offensive juice. Like I'm not crazy about. I'll move it back to B plus. I like it. I'm not like insane about Bub or Keyshawn, especially like offensively. So I do think just getting like a real high level offensive guy does make sense. Overall. Damn, movie tips in here. I'm not a movie guy necessarily, but Pelicans now. I think the Pelicans should take Derek Queen. I gave them Derek Queen in my mock because there's been some smoke around that. I think that fit just makes sense. Yeah, I feel like most people think more highly of Bub than I do after his rookie year. So maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm like not crazy about his efficiency and advantage creation, and the defense really worries me as like a smaller guard. Oh yes, I do need to change the template to Phoenix. Thank you. Good call. Good call. Thanks. But nasty negative. Malawash would make sense. Yakuchonis, I think, would make some sense as well. But yeah, I think Fears or Queen would be my two favorite choices here for the Pelicans. But curious to see what they do. Queen and Zion sketchy to do. I trust Queen to. I think people are going to be pleasantly surprised by Queen's defense at his ceiling. And I also don't know exactly what like the long-term vision with Zion is, or for Jordan Poole. Like I like Poole, but I'm pretty much always of the opinion that like I don't want to pass on prospect because there are people on the roster precluding, but obviously that's just my opinion. Who's gonna have a Whitmore level fall this year? I could see maybe like Malawash falling. I don't know. Consensus. Where's the Chat Howard pick? 2019 Harden. Wow. I honestly like Poole quite a bit. Steph, I did so many pods this month, and I appreciate you, pal. It's been a crazy it's been a crazy last month, but yeah, I mean, his instant rookie contract is up. Danny Ainge does not give a shit. He's like, I am taking. Yeah, Jace, I don't think should fall near. Yeah, I can see. I feel like Jace doesn't really count for this though because. What's up, Corbin? How's it going, buddy? Jace, I don't know if he really counts for that because I think people expect him to fall. Like people have been, as some of you have said already, like people are baking in. People are baking in somewhat of a fall for Jace already. Yakuchona's fall could definitely be. I think that would be one that would surprise people. We need the Mormon Mill, Jace FC. I feel like I can be considered a part of Jace FC. I have him 13th. That's like pretty well above consensus. I feel like I count. I feel like I'm counting myself as a Jace guy. No take no matter what podcast. Oh my goodness. Again, I think I really do like the basketball fit in Utah. Like I think maybe he doesn't want to live in Utah. I get it, I guess, but it's a really good basketball fit, I think. Like and there's a lot of good potential there. So I hope this, even though it seems like there's potential for this to go super south. Tomos, I have been feeling Colin Murray Boyles to the Thunder in my soul for so long. I absolutely agree with you. It's just like it feels so chalk. Them taking Fears the Pelicans. I like that. I'm happy with it. Jeremiah Fears. He was my 4th ranked prospect. And my 2nd ranked initiator point guard on the board. Let's pull up my card for him. Copy, paste. Yeah, Jeremiah Fears, I'm super high on him. I think this is great value more than anything else, where I would have taken Fears a couple picks higher than this, and I had him a tier above guys who went higher. I agree that it's kind of a strange thing with Poole overall, but I think this is the best. I think this is the best player available aside from Queen, who just like didn't seem like this was going. I'm giving this an A. I think the only pick I would have liked better was Queen or maybe CMB, but yeah, I trust Fears. I really trust Fears' ability to develop as a scorer. I trust his shot a lot. I also just love Fears. He's a great kid. I interviewed him back in December, I think, for Sports Kita. Would definitely love anyone to go check that out if you wanted to. Not a crazy good landing spot, honestly, just with the guards ahead of him. But I just think the value and the player, I'm quite happy with that, honestly. But yeah, I like him. I think Fears is going to be an incredibly good shooter at his peak. I'm actually very confident in that. I am less confident in Fears' finishing getting better, which is definitely a problem. I'm extremely, extremely confident in Fears being a good shooter. That's like, it's a near certainty to me that he's going to be a good shooter. But finishing, I don't know. We'll see. That's certainly to be determined. But yeah, the DeJounte trade was so bad, Matthew. I hated it at the time. It looks even worse now. But yeah, I really, really disliked that pick, that trade, and I think it was a bad one. Even obviously the injury sucks. You know, you can only do so much with that. But yeah, I think Fears is going to be great. I'm a big fan of that. Let's see who the Nets is. Let's do the Pels have a bad combination of like some questionable decision making and, like you said, their injury luck and all of that. How long has it been since DeJounte's been a good basketball player? When was the last time DeJounte was in San Antonio? I don't know. Malawash. Exactly, man. Yeah. The thing is with Dyson's, like, I guess it's always hard to project like a legitimately like special improvement, but Dyson was already an unbelievable defensive player in New Orleans. He just didn't play as much because his offense was super rough. Like, it was obvious to me watching the Pelicans 2 years ago that Dyson was going to be a special defensive player. Yeah, I don't know. No need to keep relitigating this, but I'm definitely happy Hawks going to the ECF. Maybe. Who knows? It's going to be a very strange Eastern Conference. Very curious who the Nets take here. Malawash, I think, would probably be the pick here. I think it would have certainly been Jeremiah Fears if he was on the board, but I would guess it's going to be Malawash. I think a couple people have said that in the chat, and I agree that that's going to be next trading class. I feel like the Nets are like I feel like a Malawash trade is like a Claxton trade. Excuse me. I feel like people have been speculating that for quite some time, right? So that definitely feels likely. I'm going to tweet out the stream one more time. As always, thanks everyone for being here. Amazing turnout. Really appreciate everyone who's here. With our next. But yeah, Yegor Demon have a Whitmore fall. I don't think Yegor counts for the Whitmore fall because people projected him to go in that range anyways. I think Yaku Chonis is the one that makes the most sense that people have been kind of floating in the chat. That could be a Whitmore type fall, but are people saying that the Nets actually took Yegor? Are you kidding? Is this real? Who's tipping this? Is this like a Fisher? I thought I saw someone say that Jake Fisher is tipping these. No. Thank you, Brent. I appreciate it. Brad is absolutely the GOAT, though. That is undoubted. But thank you. I appreciate that. Always enjoy the Locked On Hawks pod. I haven't seen any credible reports I don't see any credible reports so far on the Nets pick. So, but yeah, like I said, when we have a credible report, 10 first round pick. God damn it. The Jake Fisher, what was it? It was like the Jake Fisher, I'm gonna go smoke a bowl and go to bed tweet is like my favorite thing of all time. It's so funny and he's so real for that. I absolutely love Michael Scotto. Okay, that's actually kind of oh shoot. Oh no. So Yegor Demon is a Brooklyn Net. As you can see with the card, I have him 30th on my board. I worry about everything but the passing. He was my third best available wing handler behind Will Riley and Cooper, obviously. And he was 30th on my board. So for all of you who predicted the Yegor Demon slide, sorry. Wow. That's unbelievable. I can't believe that. That's crazy. I don't get it. Should we give this an F? Is F too harsh for this? I think F might be too harsh for this. D minus. D minus is where I'm. Wow. Man. You know what? I'm happy they did something crazy. That's cool. That's something fun and anti-consensus. I mean, just thinking about the optimistic case, Yegor is a truly absurd passer. No doubt about that. He has some crazy spatial awareness, processing, but poor shooter, poor creator, poor defender. Like, I very much worry. Like, I think one of my ideas for Yegor, like I said in the comp sheet here, was like a Delano Banton type as like an energy. Thanks, Tiger Skippy. Love Brad. As an energy kind of second unit initiator who plays in transition. But man, I mean, for a Nets team that to me like really needs to take swings at stars, I don't get it. I view Yegor as like a high, I view Yegor as like a connecting wing, and I think he can be an all right player, but it makes very little sense to me at this point in the draft. I am not particularly understanding of the pick, and again, the Raps must be picking Malawash here, Jay. I would have to compare Yegor to Josh Giddey. I agree with the Yegor Josh Giddey picks, Josh Giddey comps to some extent. The problem with that to me, even though I have it here, is like Giddey was a better prospect, a better creator prospect, and Yegor I think was worse at that. Is this worse than Cody? I don't think it's worse than Cody. I don't think it's worse than Cody Williams. I'll say that. I think Yegor is probably better than Cody Williams. Will probably be better than Cody Williams. Free wave crashing out. But yeah, it's I would be upset if I was a Nets fan personally, but trying to keep general positivity. Give it an F. See, like I'm not going to give it an F because at least it's in my man. I don't know. I'm tempted. Somebody mentioned this earlier. Huge shout out to whoever this was, if you're still here. The Jalen Smith, the Prep to Pro live stream we did in 2020, where me and Max, by the way, shout out Max Carlin, legend. Max, who we were, yes, Will, thank God. We were all the Bulls fans in my life are absolutely loving this. But yeah, when Jalen Smith got picked 10th at the Suns in 2020, we just went absolutely wild. And would I trade Demon for Salon? I would, yeah, because I'd still trust Salon's ceiling. All of my Bulls fans in here are absolutely loving it. Steph, I'm happy for you. Laro, happy for you. Will, happy for you. Don't think he's in here, but Evan, happy for you. All my Nets fans, buddies, I'm really sorry. Hey, as we say, the Nets have 4 more first-round picks. So if they, it's going to be hard for the Nets to have a good draft to me overall, just because getting the high pick right is so important, right? Obviously the Thunder drafted J-Dub in 2022, but Usman Jang in 11 doesn't matter because Chet is at 2, right? Like that's the classic example I think of. But still an express lane to Kasparis in the Windy City. I wouldn't hate Kasparis in Chicago. I mean, like, doesn't make a ton of sense with what their roster. But yeah, Darren Peterson, welcome to Brooklyn. They're tanking for Darren Peterson. That would be awesome. But yeah, Yegor, it's got to be Malawash. The Raps getting Ingram. I'm curious to see how the Ingram things, Masai. Yeah, I feel like this has got to be Malawash, right? CMB. Is this live? If so, I like it. It's kind of weird and Raptors-y, but I don't hate it. Ingram and Scotty and RJ. Can we get a good Brett Siegel? I'm no disrespect, but can we get a legit source on the? Can we get a legit source on the CMB pick? Queen Giddy, worst pick and roll defense of all time. Suns getting Malawash, man, that would be cool. But yeah, I'll prep the CMB. I'll prep the CMB card, but I will wait for official source. Goodman says it. Okay, so the fact that multiple people are saying it probably means that it's happening, right? Murray Boyles. Cool. Yeah, so this looks legit. I like it. I really like this. I think Murray Boyles, as we can see, 8th on my board. So that's a value for me in terms of, slight value for me in terms of just, where they could be going. Colin Murray Boyles. And I'm going to give this an A. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of CMB. He's such an incredibly smart player. I think his defense is absolutely phenomenal. I trust his offense to get better. I don't have him as high as like some people overall. But yeah, I really like CMB. I'm a big fan of Murray Boyles overall, and this makes a whole lot of sense to me. Like, I think Malawash makes a little more sense positionally, maybe, but I think CMB is great, and I'm a big fan of this overall. I like CMB. And yeah, damn, Oklahoma City cannot take Colin Murray Boyles. True. That's the prophecy will not be fulfilled. But yeah, absolutely love that for the Raptors. Offense is definitely kind of a weird offensive fit. I agree with that. But I'm generally in the business of picking good players. And I think the offensive fit maybe is a little rough for me to move it down to an A-, but I do love the player overall. And I think the overall value is very nice. So I'm cool with that. Weird fit, but a value that I definitely like. Pacers to take Chaz Lanier. I'd like that. I'm cool with that. Suns to pick Kasparis. I don't know about that one. Maybe. Walter Clayton. I don't know, man. I have Clayton, as you can see. I have Clayton at 15th overall. But yeah, Lakers trade up for Malawash. Would probably assume that's not going to happen. And I wouldn't do that if I was the Lakers. Yes, he is dating Chloe Kitts. That's quite the basketball power couple, if I must say. But yeah, I like Murray Boyles. Like I said, I think the most important things to me are fit, not fit, are just like the talent and the value, and I think it's good. I don't know. The fit is really weird. I don't know. Maybe it is going to be. Maybe I'm talking myself out of A- and want to go B+. I don't know. Yeah, Phoenix on the clock. I think Phoenix is a Noah Osengwe spot. That wouldn't shock me at all. Wouldn't shock me at all. But I think I do like it. I do like it. The defense is going to be crazy. I'm putting it back to an A-. As you can see, I'm really confident in my. Oh, I never put the card up. Oopsies. Colin Murray-Boyles, my 8th ranked prospect, 2nd ranked big in the draft. Big fan of his game overall. Yeah, who's the funniest two guard that the Mobo and CNBA fire? Absolutely, Chip. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of Murray-Boyles and Mo. Jace would be funny. I mean, my issue with the Jace thing is that Jace is actually good. The funniest pick here would be Chip stealing my tweets. What's up, Adam and Chip fighting at the moment? But yeah, I like that. I'm very curious to see where Phoenix goes here. I think I gave them Noah in my mock. I think that makes sense. I'm not crazy about Noah just because I worry about the offense. But I think for Phoenix it makes sense. Yeah, I agree with that, Matthew. It's insanely dumb. It seems like such an obvious fix. But I do agree. Try harder. I gave them Derek Queen, but I like Fears just because I like the player. He was a value by my board. I do think it's a weird fit with Poole and DeJounte, but those two guys, especially DeJounte, I don't view as long-term pieces, and I don't think you should preclude yourself from drafting good players because of players on the roster already, especially older ones. Not that Poole or DeJounte are that old, but Phoenix taking Newell would be funnier than the Jaeger pick. I would give that one an F. I don't feel good. What was I gonna say? I don't feel good about. I don't feel great about Jaeger, but at least I don't feel so awful about Demon to give him an F. But if it was if it is, they took Malawash. Great. I mean, I think that's great. Let's see. Can we get what is our source on Malawash? Because it's I believe that, obviously. Gambo has it, looks like. Yeah. I mean, this one just makes so much sense to me. Sato. It's an excellent pick. It's an easy A to me. Let's take Malawash off the board. He was my number 1 true center in the class, and the Suns getting that guy is just awesome. I think this might be the first A+ I give out. What do we think about that? Wait. What's happening? Hornets. Oh, wait, this wasn't even, wait. So this is not related to the Malawash pick. Wait. What? What? Okay, I'm giving this an A+. This is my first A+ pick. Wait, so 29 now goes to Charlotte. First African-born player to make it there was some talk about that, Nolang. It was bullshit and lame, but there were people who were saying it, but it's bullshit. Okay, is Malawash happening? Because it seems like people were okay. I'm open to changing. We might change this pick here. I'm not so can we get a trade tab in the Google Sheets? I'm not really sure what the best way to do that is. If you can think of a good way to do that, I'm down to do that. But justify the Malawash and Mark Williams fit. I don't think that's the reason they did the trade. I think they took. Because the Hornets got what? Because the Hornets got the pick. What? Okay, there's Malawash on TV. Let's drop the card. just an incredible defensive prospect, my best center in the class with incredible touch around the basket. This is an easy A+ pick to me. But what on what are the Suns doing? I mean, I guess I can't, like, I will, I'm going to keep the grade the way it is for just the Malawash pick, but what are the Suns doing? I don't understand this at all. A huge merge cell in the bottom right and fill it with the trades as it goes. I could work on something like that in a bit, but two Duke bigs in 30 seconds is crazy. That is crazy. What on earth? But I mean, just for a second, I like the Malawash trade. What the hell? So, like, I assume they're keeping Malawash, right? Like, they're not going to trade. I would much rather have whoever's available at 29. Fabulous results. In a vacuum, I think Williams can be fine, but the injury is just like his medicals are so bad. They didn't give up a ton, I guess. Like, it's only I don't know. It's a strange decision, but regardless, I'm a big fan of the Malawash pick for the Suns. I'm kind of going to ignore the weirdness, but I really do like Malawash. I mean, I think it's a great value for Phoenix. He's a great player. Phoenix loved drafting him, David. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Phoenix is going to be a very strange Queen or Yakuchonis. Queen would be so fun. Queen would be incredible. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I do worry somewhat about Malawash just because I don't really trust the organization at all. Oh, Malawash is the best kid. I mean, like, obviously I don't know Kamon personally, and I can't speak to, who he is deeply, but just like pretty much every interview I've ever seen, every piece of like Duke TikTok content, he just seems like the best kid. So Malawash is like on a personal level is someone who I'm rooting for extremely, extremely hard. But yeah, I don't know. Strange decision. Noah could be. Yeah, it could be Noah. That's definitely could be. I'm sure the 2029 pick they traded is a fake one. Like, there's no way it's a real pick, right? Like, there must be some like crazy protections on the Suns 2029 pick. I just like, there's no way Ishbia is that dumb, right? It's like he should be. There's no way. But if anyone has, I haven't seen if there's details or anything on the pick necessarily, but wild. Worst of Utah, Minnesota, Cleveland in 2029. Okay, yeah. So that's a fake. That's a pretty fake pick. I guess it's a first, like, but is it protected anywhere, or is it just a swap? I don't know. I mean, I guess Mark Williams is a somewhat interesting flyer. Just because, like, if he can stay healthy, I think he is a very legit offensive player at the very least. Like, and he's better than what they've had at center, which is a very low bar. I mean, I can kind of understand top 5 protection. Okay, yeah. So what? It's top 5 protected, worst of Utah, Minnesota, Cleveland. What player would be available at 29? I don't know, but I probably would take somebody there. Very strange. Wow. Wait. Wow. What? Wow. The Grizzlies trading up for Cedric Coward. I'm taking Ayton over Mark Williams. Ah, man, wait, no, that's like the most insane I hate that. I don't like that. I'm gonna ignore that question. Wow, Coward. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of this pick. I'd like to see what exactly the package is, but I'm not a fan of that at all. So Memphis trade. So I assume it's going to be Portland getting 16. As we can see, Cedric Coward, he was my 21st best prospect on the board. So definitely a reach, not like the worst reach ever. He was my there's 6. This is my thing with Coward. Like, there are so many of these like intriguing off-ball wings forward types that I just would have waited and taken whoever was there. So confusing. I'm gonna wait to put a grade until we get the pick details, because that will definitely change things. But for the moment, I really am not a fan of that. Steph, you very well might have. I mean, I feel like the Grizzlies front office people should be smarter than to use Eastern Washington Bartorvik queries as the reason to draft their guy. I will give them more credit. And like, this isn't a disaster. This is not as bad as the Yegor pick. Like, it's fine. Jackson Hoyle on the stream. Man, I wish. I love Jackson. That is the GOAT. That is the, you can't part query 6 games. Adam, that's what I was saying. That's why I was saying last, if they used the last the Eastern Washington season, Bart Torvik one. But whew. Yeah. Anybody, do we have anything on the pick? Let me know if we have anything. But yeah, Coward, like, incredible physical tools, incredible flexibility, length, balance. So he makes sense, but Coward being an older project-y pick, like, he's gonna take a long time overall to actually get right, and it's just like kind of Colin Coward. Teddy, let me quickly look at my notes and see what my best VJ games of the season were. I'll get back to you in just a second with that. My best VJ games were his early season game at Tennessee was impressive. 122-25 Kansas State, 1-8-25 BYU, and 3-12-25 Kansas State are the highest graded games that I have. There we go, baby. We have our next guest, Ricky O'Donnell. How is it going, Ricky? The Bulls are on the clock, and there's a lot of good options. Ricky, how's it going?
I'm good, Ben. How you doing, man? Dude, I wanted CMB or Malawash so bad for the Bulls. When they were both on the board at 9, I'm like, holy cow, this might actually happen. Of course, they come off the board at 9 and 10. So,
thoughts on this Cedric Coward trade?
Nuts. Grizzlies, dude. I feel like even though I'm not the biggest Coward guy, like, the people who are in the Memphis Grizzlies front office are much smarter than me. So if they like Coward, I can sort of see the vision of it. Pretty surprising trade here, but yeah, what a rise for Coward. I'll admit, Ben, I do this stuff all year round. I did not know who Cedric Coward was until after the season. Only played 6 games at Washington State. Before that, obviously, at Eastern Washington and then in D3. So what a crazy rise, dude. The first time I heard of him was when Duke and Bama are bidding for him in the transfer portal. And now here he is. Really inspiring story.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, so it looks like they gave so 28 first, not crazy, 28 first and 2 seconds. So not horribly expensive. Yeah, I think this is a C- to me. Or maybe a C minus. Like, I'm not so crazy about Coward. Again,
I gave it a B- 9.
Yeah, I think somewhere in that range I'm cool with. I'm just not crazy high on Coward. I think that he's like kind of like a combination of risk and upside I'm not crazy about because of the age, because of the lack of high level experience against competition. But he has a very intriguing upside swing. I'm curious what maybe I'll say C. Maybe C is a little harsh, but I'm very curious about also Ricky, if you don't want to get the pick tipped, don't look in the chat. Because people are tipping the pick, and
somebody just tipped it to me, I think, but I'm still kind of surprised. I still haven't seen it.
I was gonna say we can discuss this right now if you're.
Now I'm looking in the chat. I'm looking in the chat.
Yep. This is your guy, Ricky.
They took my guy.
They took your guy.
Let's do it, man. Yeah.
What do you think? As if you know,
I gotta be in. I mean, I put him 10th on my board. So I got to be in. Love his combination of length, athleticism. The big question is the feel. I do think looking at his statistical profile, there is some signs that he could be a pretty high feel player. I like his switchability. I think, honestly, the Bulls are a great fit for his skill set because they're trying to recreate the Pacers offense with this super up-tempo offense. So I think that's like a natural fit for Senge as a play finisher. He's at his best in transition, and the Bulls get out in transition on made baskets, or at least they tried to. So, I mean, building a team around Josh Giddey is an inherently flawed idea in the first place. But if you're going to do it, I do like someone like a Senge running the wings with Buzelis. And it just seems like the Bulls have had so many guards on the roster. Like, now they actually got two big athletic forwards in Modest and Senge that, are both, 350 pounds combined probably. But I like it. I'm into it. I mean, I don't have a ton of confidence that the Bulls will be able to develop him, and he certainly needs quite a bit of development. But they needed an upside swing. I think he's got it just based off his physicality and his size. So, yeah, man, let's do it.
Yeah, this is the thing where I'm not as high on Asengwe as you, but we're not so far off. As you can see, I have him 16th. He's my third ranked forward in the draft, my second ranked quote unquote off ball. Because to me, he's like an off ball 4, kind of like a rangy, cutting, maybe spacing forward. But honestly, like this is a pick that I don't hate for I would have disliked this more for other teams than Chicago because I do just think they need swings, right? Like that's badly what the Bulls need, and Asengwe is a swing. But it's funny because this pick to me signals kind of everything that the Bulls don't like to say, right? Like that they're always pushing in, they're always trying to win every single game, but. Oh wow, Pelicans trading to 13. This is what people in chat are saying. Ooh, do we have a source on this? Okay, I've seen people in a bunch of stuff saying this, but I'm gonna give the Asenge pick a C+ as well. There's other players I liked better on the board, notably Queen and Sorber were the ones that I think would have been so good for their kind of glaring hole at center, but I'm not like totally against it. And I like that we had and I'm very happy that we had you on, Ricky, because the Hawks are trading the 13th pick in the draft to the New Orleans Pelicans for 23 and an unprotected 2026 first, most favorable of New Orleans and Milwaukee.
Wow.
Dang. That's the worst, Roberto. I hate that. I get so many of those ads like these days, and it's genuinely the worst thing ever. I hate it so much. But oh my goodness. Wow. So we have the Pelicans at 13. And we have 23, not Indy. I didn't even change this. So we have Atlanta going back to 23. They had 22 originally. Now they're going back to 23. I think it's a great trade for Atlanta, right? Like move back 10 spots in a draft that I think a lot of people, myself included, think it's very flat and get an unprotected first. Like I think that's great for Atlanta. I don't know what you think. That's my instant kind of thoughts on
unprotected first to move back 10 spots. That's a slam dunk.
Yeah,
dude.
It's most favorable of New Orleans or Milwaukee unprotected 2026. Like that's That's really good.
Ben, let me ask you something as someone who's been doing this for a long time. So Isenge, just watching him talk to reporters at media availability the other day, dude, his arms are as skinny as my like wrists, and I am not exactly a big man. I'm like 150 pounds. He is just impossibly thin, and of course, Buzelis had a similar frame questions coming in. I think Buzelis, did it. He's done a decent job bulking up so far. We'll see how his body continues to develop, but like when you're trying to evaluate a player's ability to put on weight and gain strength. Someone with a December 2006 birthday. This is mind blowing to me. I was watching Devin Hester return punts for touchdowns in December 2006.
Yeah, I was fucking goo gagaing in pre-kindergarten.
So how do you project his ability to put on weight?
I definitely think it's certainly possible to me. But I think the idea is like because he's like not super broad, right? Maybe that will limit his ability to add.
His shoulders are very thin.
Like that. I'm not like this is something that like I wish I had more knowledge of, like the biomechanics stuff, and that's probably honestly like an inefficiency in scouting, right? Like how, where, when a player can add muscle, but I do think he can get stronger, but. The thing for me is Noah to like reach his ceiling as a half court guy has to be like a real strength creator. And I do agree that it's it's going to be needed. But yeah, okay. So people are saying the Pelicans traded up for Derek Queen. Sam said this. Okay, so this is hard for me. I hate this is really hard for me, just like grades wise. I know you're not as big of a Queen guy, right, Ricky?
I put him 11th on my board. I mean, I like Queen. If the Bulls would have taken him, I would have been totally fine with that.
So the Pelicans trade a whole lot for Derek Queen, but I do view Queen as a player worth trading up for. As we can see, he was the third ranked player on my board. The next best player was 10th, so pretty enormous, like a whole tier gap between Queen and anybody else. It's a lot to trade up. Man, I don't know. I think I'm gonna.
I wish the Bulls could have done that trade, right? Like pick up a 2026 pick and move back 10 spots. That I would have done for sure. It's a lot to give up.
I think I'm going to give this like a B+, A-. I think I have to give it an A- just because I'm the Queen guy and I have to like,
You gotta do it.
Yeah. Oh man, but like,
here's the thing though, dude. How does he fit with Fears? To me, like neither of those guys can play off the ball, so it's kind of a bizarre combo. And honestly, they're both minus defenders, and you're going to put them next to Zion, and I don't know. It seems like a weird fit to me, right?
I'm processing this in real time right now. Like, I think it's certainly just like a bet on talent, which I generally think is the right approach. I'm just so confused on what the Pelicans are doing, like what the long-term plan for Zion, what their plan is with Yves Missi, DeJounte, obviously. They traded for Poole and drafted Fears. Like, I'm confused. People are saying in the chat, I think it's definitely true that Zion could be traded this summer. Like I don't have any intel, but it seems like that's definitely possible. Let me put the Queen card up. But yeah, like I am a huge Derek Queen fan. I think you really have to believe in Queen's defensive ceiling to make this pick. And I think I personally do believe in it. I think he has the feet and the hands and the intelligence to make it work. But the Pelicans put their balls on the table. I'll say that. This is a incredibly risky decision with their two picks. And man,
they traded an unprotected 2026 pick, right?
I think I'm going to keep it. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep it as a B+. I mean, getting Derek Queen in any other scenario at 13 for me is an A++. But they gave up a really, really valuable future pick. I don't know. This is a tough one for me as I'm making glaringly obvious, but we have San Antonio next on the board. Who are your best available currently left, Ricky? So we have, for me, Yakuchonis, Neek, Richardson, Sorber, and Clayton are my 5 best available.
Let me pull up my board real quick. Let's see. Yeah, Yakuchonis, I have him 12. I have Jace Richardson 13, Sorber 14, Carter Bryant 15. So that's my pretty boring by the book board. But I like Yakuchonis. I mean, where's he going to go? It was weird that like there was no buzz on Yakuchonis in the pre-draft process at all. I only remember hearing about one workout for him. I think he worked out for Portland. Obviously, they were willing to trade off that spot. So maybe he's still on
16. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'd like that fit. People in the chat, we were talking about earlier in the stream, like who's going to have the Cam Whitmore slide, and some people posited Yakuchonis, and that's seeming to be a pretty prescient opinion at the moment. But Yakuchonis maybe for San Antonio. You think he could be a San Antonio fit? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably not, right? Because they took Harper.
Yeah. I think Carter Bryant would be a good pick here.
That makes sense.
Honestly, I think Sorber would be a great pick. Like, just give me a big, beefy center who can take away some of the physical pounding that Wembanyama has to face inside. So many teams are going with double big lineups now, so it's good to have that card in your back pocket. And I just feel like Sorber, like, he's just such a low-maintenance player. Like, what you're going to get with him. There's not going to be any highs and lows. And speaking of high-low, how about his high-low passing with Wembanyama? Could be really dope to have him, facilitating at the elbows for Wembanyama. Like, I think when you have Wemby, it's easy to use him as a floor spacer. He wants to shoot threes. I couldn't believe, dude, he took like 8 threes a game last year or something.
Crazy.
But like if I'm his coach, I want him
from 40 feet is wild too.
Yeah. I want him more towards the basket though, if I'm his coach. I mean, I get the idea of him shooting that many threes, but if I'm really trying to like level up here, you got to be at the rim, Vic. And I like the idea of Sorber maybe doing some high-low passing with him and being an extra facilitator for a Spurs team that has all guards, but not that many great passers. I mean, we'll see how Harper develops as a passer. I think Harper's dope as a prospect. But they could definitely use more connective passing around Wemby, I think.
For sure. I would really like Sorber. People in the chat are saying Fleming could be interesting. Yeah, I think like any of these like 3-and-D-ish wing types, like I said with taking Carter Bryant early, Rasheer, Carter Bryant, Noah Penda. Theo is probably not going to go this high in real life. I would take him this high. Even Powell, I'd understand. I feel like the two guys I saw mocked them a lot in terms like the Intel-y guys were Berenger and McNeely, which I guess like makes sense on the surface, right? Like Berenger is your just like raw toolsy guy to pair with Wemby, and the Spurs need more reliable shooting. And yeah, it's possible, I guess. It's possible, I guess, that something like that happens. But yeah, I do kind of wish we had like one more pick and it was Queen on the Spurs. That would have been.
Yeah, that was my favorite fit. But then again, then you're making Wemby a floor spacer. For Queen's draft, which I think would have been dope. I think they definitely could have played together and they would have been awesome. And it would have been so fun to watch.
For sure.
Dude, I'm fascinated by this Fears and Queen combo. I mean,
it's the wildest thing ever.
No 3, no D, all vibes. And why not? I mean, you're the New Orleans Pelicans. Who gives a fuck? No one cares about you. You're the least franchise in the NBA.
The Pelicans, man. I just like, man, the Pelicans are such bad vibes is the problem. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, I love, like, they're in a vacuum. I adore so much of their talent. But it's just a weird one. Okay, people are saying Carter Bryant confirmed to the Spurs, which we kind of suggested might be a possibility. Makes a ton of sense. Ricky, now that it seems to be happening, thoughts? Let me.
Yeah, I like that fit for the player and the team. Can you hear me, Ben?
Yep.
Ben, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I like that fit for the player and the team. I think that like they need more shooting. They could use more defense around Wembanyama for sure. And Carter Bryant can be a ferocious defender. Like they got some guys who can get after the ball now. I do worry that Carter Bryant can't do anything on offense without being set up. But,
sure.
The Spurs got 3 pretty good guards now. I mean, Harper could be awesome. You know that Wembanyama is probably ready to be top 5 player this year, like definitely a top 10 player, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like not so worried about his lack of creation ability in this team context. I think that this is a good fit for him. But the only thing is like, dude, if you're not going to do anything else on offense, you better hit your spot up threes. And his volume was already pretty low for a 37% shooter. So, like my vision on Carter Bryant is like Tumani Kamara.
I like that. Yeah.
So I think, every team in the league would want Tumani Kamara, right?
But that's kind of how I feel about Noah at his ceiling too. Like I think Noah could be similar to that in some ways too. If the shot ends up really, I mean, even Kamara is not that great of a shooter. Like, so you can see how these guys can still be valuable, even though. But yeah, I like Carter. I mean, I think kind of a boring pick, a tiny bit of a reach by my board, but I think the fit is really strong, and I think it makes sense for him. So I'm gonna give this a B+, A- to me. Like I think B+ is probably where I land. Like did reach a tier by my board, but I think the fit makes a lot of sense. It's a really good landing spot, and we are about to be joined by our next guest. We're gonna have 3 people on. That's sick.
I'm gonna hop off because I'm grading picks. So what up,
Anyways,
Will?
Hey Ricky, how's it going? What's up, Ben? How we doing?
Anyways, Ricky, anything you'd like to plug? Any last words that you'd like to get off to the good people here?
Fun draft, man. Draft. Can I say it's my favorite day of the year? Just love the NBA draft. So,
oh yeah.
Very happy to see all the new faces and names popping up in the public draft space too. I always just love reading people's opinions, even and maybe especially when I don't agree with them, and just seeing people's different thought processes, evaluating these players and the team fit. So very lucky to be doing this for another cycle. And Ben's the best. Will's awesome too. Catch you guys later.
Awesome. Thank you, Ricky, for your time, man. Anyways, Will, how is it going? Will Morris of the Swish Theory. Will has been on my channel a couple of times, so if you follow my channel, you know that Will's cool. Will, how's it going? How are we feeling so far?
Doing good, man. Doing good. This is like one of the first years that I just have not been like watching the actual like TV broadcast. I've just been kind of following along on Twitter as it's been going. I was watching the stream here earlier on towards the start of things. So yeah, I'm kind of just embracing getting the picks spoiled a little bit and rolling there. I used to always turn the phone off, watch in real time, but yeah, it's definitely been an interesting start to things.
I feel like the hottest topic at the moment has got to be what the Pelicans are doing. So what do you think about what New Orleans has done so far? Obviously picking Fears in the top 7 and then trading up for Queen, giving up an unprotected first-round pick to go up and get Derek Queen. What do we think?
What year was that the first rounder?
It's a 2026 unprotected first.
Wow.
Worst, I guess, of Milwaukee or New Orleans. So
wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's rich. I do love Derek Queen though, so obviously I think I'm a little bit conflicted there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean it is tough to really rationalize a team that's sort of in the position of the Pelicans to just kind of be throwing around unprotected picks like that. But I guess it just means they're very, very high on Derek Queen, which as someone that I finished with Derek Queen ranked 7th on my board. He's someone that I think does have star potential. It does, give me some hope for him to maybe reach those outcomes when the Pelicans are willing to give up that's sort of a haul to trade up and get their guy.
Yeah, it's a very strange. It's a best of Milwaukee and New Orleans, not worse. I wasn't exactly sure on the details, but it's such a weird one because like in any other scenario, it's like you get Derek Queen at 13, that's incredible. But I love Queen so much that I get it, but like giving up, and again, it's not like, and they gave up 23 too. So it's like, I mean, again, that makes sense, right? With the Pacers trade that they made earlier, right? Where they traded the Pacers back their 2026 pick. Thank God, by the way, for this 23rd pick, and then use that to get him. Anyways, Oklahoma City up now at 15. Any thoughts on who you think they're going to take? Who you would take here in this situation?
Yeah, let me look at who I've got left on towards the top of my board. I think the highest player I have left is Nick Clifford.
Wow, I'm surprised it's not Sorber.
Yeah, I actually have both of them right back to back. So those are the two names that would obviously come to mind immediately. I think the Thunder are kind of in a position, especially at this point in the draft, it's like you're just taking the best basketball player that you think is left, and
Absolutely.
they just have they're kind of suffering from success right now. Obviously, coming off the championship, they don't really have any big holes. They've just got guys in every position and an absolute bounty of picks. I think Sorber is someone that, as Hartenstein like potentially ages, even though it's not like he's that older or anything, but Sorber is someone that is super young and can perhaps develop into that, like big time rotational big, maybe not necessarily starting center because they have that in place already, but kind of slot in as that like second or third rotation big, which I think is probably like his ideal, most likely scenario in the NBA anyways. Clifford is someone that you're probably more likely to expect to play right away just as an older, more polished guy. Definitely an NBA level athlete as well. Love his tenacity, love the way he moves around off ball, attacks the glass. So yeah, those are the two names that stick out to me.
I would love Sorber there. I think the Thunder don't really have quote unquote needs, but it makes sense for them to continue bolstering their front court depth, right? Because I mean, they effectively have two real players there with Chet and Hartenstein. Hartenstein's only around for 2 more years, so it makes sense to get more cost-controlled depth. Someone in the chat said the Thunder took Sorber.
Really?
We may have spoken this into existence. Let me. But assuming that is the pick, which is funny because we literally just talked about. Okay, yeah, looks like people are saying this, and looks like some generally like reputable people are kind of but love this. Absolutely love this. This is awesome. It's just God, it's such an OKC pick, really. Like, just take the good player who falls at the kind of quote unquote position of need, or as we said before. Will, you're a Georgetown guy. You got to see Thomas. This is an easy A+ pick, by the way. Easy. You're a big Georgetown guy. Will, you go to Georgetown, right? Or you went?
I do. Yeah.
You've watched plenty of Georgetown. Somebody asked here about his. I know people have been talking about his medicals as well. So, any insight you have on Sorber's game? Why you're really high on him? I mean, we're both really high on Sorber, but what's high level about Sorber, and what makes him a great pick here?
Yeah, I think it's fitting that we were just talking about him getting picked here, and then over on the Swiss Theory, probably like a month ago, we were both on the pod together talking about Thomas Sorber. So it's sort of a repeat like that, full circle moment here. I think with Sorber, part of why I'm just super, super excited about his pro potential is just his level of defensive impact at his age. I'm in my third year at Georgetown, headed into my fourth. First 2 years were really, really bad. This past year was not amazing, but way better than what those past teams were. And Sorber, in my mind, was very much at the front and center of that. Georgetown was one of the best 2-point defensive teams in the country with Sorber in. And I think that's just a testament to his length, his activity, just a very proactive, high field defender, really great physical tools with that 7'6" wingspan. There's very few big men in the league that just have arms as long as his, even if he's not someone like Malawash, where it's like, oh, he's 7'2". Functionally, Sorber is close to the size of those guys just based off how long he is. And then offensively, love his fluidity, love the way he processes the game. Have some concerns about how he puts the ball in the hoop a little bit, but I think overall at 15, this is a guy
he doesn't need to score on the Thunder.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
it's like, he's never going to have to be anything better than the fourth best offensive player in any given lineup on that team. Like, it's such an excellent play. I'm a huge fan of Sorber here. I think he can be good in obviously medicals we don't know about, hopefully fine. I, don't have any insight on his level of health, but assuming he can be good to go, I think he's a guy who in spurts can probably produce right away.
I agree with that. And I think the Thunder are in this interesting position, right, where they have such a bounty of picks that it's time, it's going to be time to start extending some of these guys. And, you look at someone like Jalen Williams, not J-Dub, but their third big man per se, and he's expiring 2025, 26. They can afford to let a guy like that go and not have to pay him
for sure
the $8 million, $9 million, which adds up. Get Sorber in there as the replacement. I think they're just in this position where they can kind of pick and choose who they want to keep and keep drafting well, which I think they've done exactly that here by picking Sorber.
It's a great pick. It's a phenomenal selection. I'm a huge fan of that. I mean, he was dominant on defense. I think he can be impactful. Someone said, do you think Onyeka's a good comp? I think not really, just because I think Onyeka is a little more offense slanted and scoring slanted. But I do think, his defense hopefully will be better. I think his defense is going to be phenomenal. I think he's going to be great protecting the rim. And I think, again, if there's any kind of weakness that the Thunder's defense has at times, it's in the times when iHeart or Chet aren't healthy, they have no rim protection and they struggle in those smaller lineups at times. So just having the versatility with Sorber is an incredibly good thing. I'm a big fan of that pick.
I was an Onyeka fan too, but I think Sorber is a better prospect. I think with Onyeka there was it was kind of the year that Bam was starting to come on. Onyeka was very switchy in college. People were excited about that, but just ignored the fact that he wasn't super big. I think with Sorber, having that 7'6" wingspan is just such a
massive standing reach too.
Yeah,
right?
I don't want to say underrated because people talk about it and how long he is frequently. It's always one of the first things that comes up with Sorber, but I think it definitely makes his defensive ceiling higher.
No way. People in the chat are saying that Blazers took Hanson Yang.
Holy smokes.
Holy crap.
All right.
I actually have a graphic for Yang. This was the last one I made today. I was thinking who's a guy who could potentially sneak into the first? And I'm maybe Yang. I did not think it would be this high. Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
What do you think of Yang? I don't know if we've ever actually talked about Yang before. What do you think of him? As we can kind of see, he's not particularly high on my board. I don't know what your thoughts on Yang were.
Yeah, I mean, so I had Yang. Let's see. I think I had him around third. I had him at 31st, which is like not particularly high. Picked at 16th here, so definitely a bit of a reach in my mind. He was like a late watch for me, someone that I really didn't dive into until later in the cycle, and then by happenstance, when Swish Theory, we were all coming together and making our boards, I randomly just ended up being higher on him than anyone else in our group. So I guess I like amongst that group, I am a Hanson Yang fan, but I think with the thing that sticks out to him the thing that sticks out to me about Hanson Yang, and I think your graphic kind of shows it, is that passing ability and that feel for the game. He's like a very, very smart passer, even if it's not super, super consistent as far as like bananas processing speed or anything. Like his overall vision and court mapping and the way he's able to just kind of like pick out cutters is really, really impressive. And then his touch is also great for someone that's 7'2", especially. I think the question is, right, like he's been playing in the CBA, just generally isn't a great athlete. I have pretty significant questions about his defense. So yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a reach to me, although I do think that there is like maybe something there.
Steph, you're welcome to self promo in the chat. You can do what you want, buddy. Steph has a profile on Yang, which is very exciting for you. That's crazy. I mean, I just like based on values and board and where I have him, I have no choice but to give this an F. Like it's, you kind of talked about all of the reasons that, Yang is kind of optimistic, right? There's some potential hope for him as a ball handler, as a passer from the high post, but like, I feel like he has some broad similarities to Klingon, no? Like just as a, Klingon is, I wouldn't say Klingon's a statue by any means, but he's not like a crazy mobile guy, right? Like he's not like a switch big by any means. And that's, to me, Yang's biggest issue, right, is his athleticism and his holding up on defense. I guess because the Blazers have such a good defense, you can kind of make sense of it. But I will say, when I was flying to New York to go hang out with my buddy Will and some of our other friends, I saw Yang at the airport at LAX. I walked by him, gigantic human being. That is one of the larger people I've ever seen. I think the largest guy I've ever stood next to is Roy Hibbert. I remember seeing Roy Hibbert in an airport when I was a kid. And I was like, I'm like a fairly tall person and was always kind of tall growing up, but I was like at his belly button.
Yeah, I mean, he is massive, and there is something to say for that. Like just being 7'1" and like having pretty good coordination. Like yeah, I can see the vision a little bit, but I think it's just a bit high for me. Like I don't think Yang is like a non NBA prospect or anything like that, but this seems a bit high. And like you said, like they do already have Klingon, who does fit that bill as like the kind of drop big. And I think Klingon honestly is just way better. I think the idea with Klingon, they drafted him very high last year. I thought he played pretty well as a rookie. Is that's going to be your big minutes center?
We got to meet George Mirasan in the Wizards game. That was the 7-7 guy, right? Yeah. 7-7. That, yeah, I can imagine that being a jarring. I mean, like I've seen Wemby like close-ish, but like I've never like stood next to like Wemby. Yeah, I'm a large dude, but wow, that's the first like holy shocker pick. I mean, I think the Demon pick was a little surprising for sure. The Demon pick was surprising for sure, but man, like you kind of said, he's a draftable player to me. Like I had I had him 47th in my second round tier. So like I would have been cool with him pretty much anywhere in the second round. Even late first, I could have understood. But like again, I have 4 lottery tier prospects on the board. So many first round tier guys. It's a very confusing pick. I'll say that. And I'm honestly glad that this happened because we needed some chaos in this draft, and we absolutely got it. But on the clock now, Minnesota. Any thoughts on Minnesota? And while you say I'm going to run to the bathroom so quickly. So,
yeah, Minnesota up here. Looking at my personal board, Nick Clifford, who talked about earlier, just a really productive college wing that got better every year. I think he's someone that could help Minnesota right away. They're a team that's, contending as best as they can. Like their goal is to sort of get over the hump here. So I think getting a player that can help them right away would definitely be beneficial. I think, maybe trying to improve that lead guard spot could help them out as well with Mike Conley starting to get older. I know they've got Dillingham sort of waiting in the wings here, who they traded up for last year, but there's 2 really good experienced guards that I'm a huge fan of in this class, that being Cam Jones, who has just excelled in a variety of roles at Marquette, and then obviously Walter Clayton as well. So yeah, we'll see the direction they go, but those are the 3 names that I had in mind. I don't know if you caught any of that, Ben, but
I caught the very end of it.
Yeah, so I mentioned Nick Clifford again, and then I also mentioned Cam Jones and Walter Clayton just as 2 sort of experienced guards that could maybe fill that Mike Conley role as he starts to age out, and his production on both ends really is starting to teeter a lot, as much as I hate to say it, because Mike Conley has been great for a while.
All right. There's the pick. It is Johan Berenger. Interesting.
Whoa.
I love his. We said this earlier. His suit, very cool jacket. I think he was led astray with the undershirt pants combination. But anyways, Berenger, like, I don't hate this. This is fine to me. I don't know if you have any thoughts on Berenger or where you had him or what you thought of him or if you got around to him.
Yeah, I got around to him also like close to the end. I actually had him like right next to Hanson Yang on my board, interestingly enough. So
that's kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, like I think the idea is like you have Gobert, right? And you're kind of teaching the next generation. Because Berenger does have very tantalizing physical tools, had a huge block rate this season. I think there is like a pretty high defensive ceiling for him. I just think he's super, super raw. I don't think he's someone that you're gonna stick out on an NBA court right now by any stretch of the imagination.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't hate it just because like you have one of the best defensive centers of all time there potentially for I don't know how long, but yeah, this is definitely a ceiling play. But right before they went on, I was kind of talking about how they might there's guys here that I think could like genuinely be rotation players for them this season that could have maybe helped push them over the edge, but obviously they kind of decided to go a different direction.
Pretty much echo everything you said there. I warmed up to Berenger quite a bit late in the cycle. Like I thought he was pretty horrific, honestly, when I first watched him and was first scouting him, but he definitely improved later in the draft. I will definitely give him credit. And his tools are really crazy. I think it also makes sense for Minnesota just because they need big kind of, I like them getting more center depth. Obviously Gobert's there. Naz is a free agent. You know, they don't have any other like true centers on the roster really. So I understand kind of wanting to add more front court depth. And I'm going to give this like a B-, I think. Not so crazy about the pick or anything. I understand it though. I think it makes sense team-wise and not like a crazy reach or anything. As you can see, I have Berenger 25. This is the graphics are wrong. Some of these are going to be wrong, but I was doing my best to sync all these up. But anyways, late first round, they took him in the mid first round. I'm not particularly upset about the Baron J pick. Obviously, would have been great if like a Sorber could have fallen to the Wolves. Like I feel like that was kind of the dream. There were definitely rumors. I feel like I definitely saw rumors of like the Spurs, the Wolves want Sorber, like that's their guy, which makes sense. But I kind of had a feeling Sorber would be gone by then. He was gone by then, and Baron J makes sense. That's just like a upsidey, swingy pick here. Anyways.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, like Kalkbrenner is another direction they could have gone. I just see that you have him higher. He's someone that I have a bit higher as well. Just super dominant, consistent college player. But yeah, I mean, I don't despise the fit. But yeah, I mean, I actually had him and Hansen like similarly ranked.
And they went right back to back for you. There you go.
Yeah, I guess I underrated these bigs, but
or clearly it seems like the league are valuing them, which like doesn't necessarily surprise me. Just 'cause I think center play is so valuable overall.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think like when I was making my board or anything, I had this inherent thing in my mind that was like rank the big men low. Like I was high on Sorber, high on Malawash. I think I generally do value big men, but these guys just didn't really end up in the first round for me.
Just tweeting something out really quickly. Next on the board, we have Washington again. What do you think of the Trey pick, Will?
Yeah, I mean, I think like I kind of fell in the middle on Trey as a prospect. It's not like I was super, super low on him, but it's not like I was like all in on him sixth. I do think it's a little bit high for someone that really struggles to get downhill, get to the rim. And quite frankly, I just think he's a pretty bad defender. I do worry about a defensive backcourt with him and Bub. I just, even though Trey has some tools there with like a 6'10" wingspan and all that, it's just two like kind of pull up centric guards that definitely have their physical limitations.
Well, speaking of pull up centric guards, the chat is telling me the Wizards just took Walter Clayton Jr.
Wow. All right. I mean, they're just collecting them at this point.
Shot. I badly need to see this. This is there's your Poole replacement, but you have CJ.
I don't know. I mean, I love Walter Clayton. I think this is a good pick. Like I had him ahead of Gang and Baron J by a good bit on my board. I actually think I have him at 18th on the dot. So I don't hate it as far as like fit and value goes, but or maybe not fit, but as far as value goes, but
getting traded. I'm just gonna wait until we get like confirmation to think about this. But I will talk about Clayton. Like, it's been so crazy that pretty much all of my favorite guys have gone to weird fits, like Fears and Queen, and now Clayton. If this is happening, like, it's an extremely. I'm pretty much never against like the take good players, take talented players, and just hope for the best thing. But it's the pull-up guard thing, like you just said.
I think the Wizards really just need like a pure.
Oh, wait. Sham says they're trading this to Utah. Oh.
Interesting. Okay.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, they're trading them to Utah. Okay, so we have Utah at 18, and that's going to be Walter Clayton Jr. So we just talked about I guess that makes a lot of sense, right? Because we were just talking about how we don't like the fit in, or you know, we don't not necessarily fit on court, but just like with the roster construction, it seemed a little confusing in terms of why exactly they were going that direction, right? But I mean, it's a great value to me. I have Clayton at 15 on my board, of full tier up of other guys they could have taken. I'm curious to see what Utah gave up here before I give it a grade. But I mean, again, like I get just getting the good players, right? Like the Jazz very much need more like adults in the room.
Yeah.
And I definitely think Walter can bring that. Like he's just a really incredible shot maker. I absolutely love his off-ball game as well. Really impressive, like sprinting off of handoffs and making like secondary plays. I think there's some defensive potential with his crazy vertical. Like, the steal and block rates are pretty good especially the block rates are really good for guards. But again, it's like Utah has, I don't know. I think I'm going to like the pick generally just because I think the value is good. Again, I'll say like B+ because there is some weirdness because of how many guards they have on their roster. And obviously I think Utah is going to be like, they have Keontae, Bryce Sensabaugh, Collier, Sexton, and Clarkson and Clarkson on the roster. Like what exactly is the idea here? I'm sure it's hard to me to like really Utah sent 21 and second round picks. Okay, so not a particularly
right,
nice.
Leapfrogging one of those teams to take him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like you listed all those guards. If I'm Utah, like it's not like I'm super like all in on any one of those guys. I know you're a Collier fan. I generally am too.
40.
Keontae George is not someone that I'm particularly high on. I think
agree.
That's kind of, I don't want to say it's totally run his course because he is all of 21 years old, but it does kind of feel like he is what he is at this point. I think you already know what Sexton and Clarkson are. Clayton is one of those dudes that just has an underrated ceiling, in my opinion. I just think the shot making with him is genuinely so special. I like bumping that up to an A-.
I'm doing it.
And I think he brings something else to the table, even compared to some of those guards they have. Like, if Isaiah is like the main guy that I'd be tied to in that guard room, I think
Clayton's a very good offensive fit with him. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think.
Good point.
Whereas Walter, you can like play him off ball. He's going to derive most of his value, kind of spacing the floor from way beyond the arc. That's going to give Isaiah a lot more room to like get downhill and drive, and that's where he's like really at his best.
And I talked about this with the Ace when the Ace pick happened. Like I think Ace is someone who I'm like, you really need to get him to a creative coach to get the most out of him. Clayton, I think, would be good regardless, but having him with a coach like Will Hardy, is just like gonna get good results. So like, yeah, it's kind a little strange. It's not a particularly damning trade up or anything. Okay, so it looks like they traded 21, 42 or 43 and a future second. So that's not a particularly high price. I think it's great business from Washington, just getting more swings and opening up your flexibility. I mean, I think most trade downs are usually going to get an A-OK for me. But the best players on the board for me right now, we have Yakuchonis, who is falling further than people thought. Neek and Jace, who I think this is closer to the range where it's closer to the range where they're necessarily getting projected. And then it's Riley, Penda, Thero, Traore, Saraf, Kalkbrenner, Powell, Fleming, a bunch of these like wingy guys. Speaking of the wingy guys, I know you're a huge Cedric Coward guy. What did you think of Memphis going up to get Cedric Coward?
Yeah, I mean, I did my my first Swish Theory podcast on Coward. I think at that point he was kind of being mocked in like the 20s, and I said I was kind of watching these guys in real time, right? So I was like, I don't know. I feel like I might just end up having him in the top 10. It's hard for me to envision me having that many guys higher than him. And I ended up with him 8th, and it seems like he just kind of rose up to that level in the month preceding. So like the fact that I had him 8th, he got drafted 11th. It's like,
Yeah,
wow,
very prescient of you.
I was like, I wasn't even that high on him compared to everyone else and where he got picked. So I love it. I love them trading up to go get him. I know you gave him a C plus, but I think that there's genuine upside there. And I think, we've talked about plenty. Like my pitch with him is just really unique movement skills, huge wingspan, and he could just be one of those god touch guys. Like his free throw percentage is unreal, always been super efficient inside the arc, been a good shooter for all of his time in college going back to D3. I think Coward is one of those guys that could surprise a lot of people. I know he's technically a senior doing that D3 year, but he's only 21. It's not like he's old for his grade or anything like that. I love the fit. I love it. I think it's a great pick.
It's a very Memphis-y pick. It definitely feels like that's a place where he can thrive and he can be effective. So I do like it from that regard. Just like, I'm not as high on him, and trading up for him is tough. But I do think you make a good case for him. Like he is a very interesting upside swing because of, like you said, the combination of touch and movement skill. We have Brooklyn at 19. Looks like their pick is in. Who they'd say? Oh yeah. What do you think of the what do you think of the Demon pick?
I mean, you're gonna flame me for this, but I had him and Fears back to back on my board.
No, I'm not gonna blame you for anything.
No, I know. I'm just joking. But I feel like I ended up being a Demon optimist compared to draft Twitter. Like I think there's some overthought going on. Like he is 6'9" without shoes, so he's 6'10" and is like a great passer. I understand the flaws. He cannot get by anyone. He is super slow footed. He's not a good advantage creator at all. I think he's going to take some creative coaching as far as running him off ball actions, getting him downhill in those ways to kind of actually take advantage of his passing. But he's someone that just reads the floor really well. I think once he gets downhill with the head of steam, he has some contact drawing ability and some solid finishing craft. There's definitely a lot of downside because I think just being huge and a good passer, it just doesn't move me that much in a vacuum because
for sure,
Delano Banton is huge and a really good passer, and
that was one of the comps I listed for Demon was Banton. And again, I understand it more than some other picks that have happened, but yeah, I mean, looks like they just took Nolan Traore. So another swing on a perimeter player, a guard, makes sense to me. I get it for Brooklyn. I don't know where you are on Traore.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't love it. I mean, obviously they're getting him later, but I think that Yegor is just a better prospect. Although I mean, I don't know where you have him comparatively on your board.
Same tier, 30 and 22, but in the same tier. So I also view them as fairly similar, level prospects.
Yeah, I struggled with him because I think, had big expectations coming into the year. He has okay size height wise for a guard, but he is still pretty physically underdeveloped. Put up good assist numbers. I don't think he's an outrageous passer by any means, but still, like, I think his ability to like create advantages, get downhill, and kind of make reads from there is conducive to like picking up assists. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm a bit lower on him. Like, I personally think Cam Jones is a better prospect.
Reasonable.
Obviously, he's older. Yeah, I don't know. I think that it's a bit of a reach, in my opinion. And I think given that they already kind of like took a bit of a swing at 8, I mean, they got more picks to go, but yeah, just not a big Trey fan.
For sure. I get it. I definitely get it at this point. Like, it's just more swings at, backcourt guys. But yeah, I mean, I think the idea with Trey has to be you buy his 3-point shooting enough to move him off the ball. He did shoot well on catch and shoots this year. It wasn't a particularly high volume or anything. And his 3-point percentage was fully just dragged down by horrendous pull-up shooting. I don't hate this pick. I probably would have. I'm higher on Traore than you, but I still probably would have gone with one of the wings here. I'm going to give it a C. It's probably C plus, just because I still kind of value him in this range. And I think there's some interesting upside with him, just with the crazy burst. I think he improved as a decision maker as the season went on, and I really like his defense as well. But it's just tough. Like, again, like you said, good positional size for a 1, but it's really tough to be that size. And I do agree with people in the chat saying weird fit with Demon as well. Like that's a bit strange. I think these are both guys who, like, the development is, like the idea is like one of them can improve it as a, an off-ball guy. If you had to bet on one of those guys to be like a capable off-ball player, would you bet on it as being Demon?
I would say Demon. I am lean like slightly optimistic on Demon's shooting, just because I think he has that kind of like audacity gene to him where he
certainly does
wild shit, which I like. I don't know. I think I just value that in a shooting projection. It's honestly not even that I like dislike them next to each other. I don't know. I feel like Demon, there's just more interesting actions you can run to like take advantage of.
Yeah, I think just him having like the high end passing, and it's like, is it easier to maximize a guy with elite burst or with elite playmaking? And I think in the context of the Nets, like when you have Cam Thomas too, like it's just a I might bump this down actually to see. I just like. I don't understand like how he develops necessarily into the guy he needs to be here. Like, I guess you just give him on-ball reps, and if it works, it works. And like, but even as a Traore fan,
yeah, and like you mentioned this a second ago, but like the Nets have like very little on the wing, and you need wings to like do anything in the league. Like, it's just.
And like they need more big. They just like, there's so many ways they could have gone. And I think
there's guys here like Hero, and like Penda has a high defensive ceiling in my mind. I still really like Nick Clifford. I'm gonna keep banging the table for him. Absolutely. I don't know if he's gonna get picked 100%. While I'm on here, but yeah, I'm just I don't know. I'd say like the last 3 of the last 4 picks, I haven't had first round grades on them. So it's I've had
some players that are sliding. Late first round grades on some of these guys. Yang definitely didn't have a first round grade on, but at least like late first round grades necessarily. Okay, so this is the least surprising thing in the world if it's true that people are saying the Heat are taking Yakuchonis. This is the least shocking pick in the history of the world if that's the case. How high were you on Yakuchonis? He's another guy who I don't think we ever really talked a ton about.
Yeah, I did a pod with Matt on him. Where did I end up with him? I think it was actually right in this range. I had him at 19th. So pretty much. He seems
really drafting off your board.
Yeah, it's crazy. They saw my tweet 45 minutes before the draft started, and No, I mean, Yakuchonis he was a tough eval for me because I think the high moments with him are, I mean, where did you end up with him?
I had him 10. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think with him, like the highs are so high. My concern is that like he just like does not have a particularly great handle for someone that I think is
I feel like you're being kind with that description.
Yeah, I think it's tough, right? Because I think he's able to like put together some like really impressive handling moves, but his general like ball control, facing heavy pressure is not good. I think there is like a good off-ball ceiling for him where he just like becomes a really good off-ball shooter. I think he plays super hard, has good size. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I think that at this point in the draft, like I had him around here, it's good value, but something I like talked a little bit about with Matt, and I'm curious to hear what you have to say about that. But the like description of him is like, oh, he's like a really smart player, has these like this pick and roll craft to him, just good pace. Isn't great when getting like heavily pressured. He'll probably learn how to play off ball because the shot, like it's just all on ball right now. Like the description of him when you say it out loud, it just sounds exactly like Killian Hayes, and it's a little bit scary.
That's actually my main issue with Yakuchonis is the off-ball game, where I just don't think he's particularly comfortable as an off-ball player at this stage. I think that's a tough thing to improve. I do think Miami is just such a good landing spot for any guy like who's developmental. Like it's awesome. He's probably going to hit like whatever his ceiling is at this point. But my kind of optimistic lean for Yakuchonis is he has such a bad handle. He's very weak. He gets bumped off of his spot so easily, but he's still an effective driver. Like his free throw rate was great. He was efficient at the rim. He was like 30-ish% rim frequency for a guard is quite good. So it's like the fact that he was already able to be effective as a driver while having so many glaring problems, I think is an issue. But yeah, I mean, I definitely struggle with his projection as an off-ball player, but I really do buy his ceiling as a creator. And I think the Heat just like need more passing in their backcourt. Like they have Terry Rozier, Davion Mitchell, and Tyler Hero. Like I think Hero's improved as a passer, but I don't think he's ever going to be like your team's primary decision maker. But I think Yakuchonis at his ceiling, even if he's not like your primary scoring option, could probably approximate that. And just based on value on my board, this is an easy A+ pick for me. Like it's a great spot for him to land. It's a good, I think it makes sense roster fit wise. So excited for him to play with Khalil Ware, by the way. Like he did not have. I think it's interesting to like think about like he played with good bigs at Illinois. Like Ivisic and Morris Johnson are good players, but neither of them are vertical threats. And I think there's definitely like untapped potential there with him playing with a lob threat like Khalil Ware, who's like going to be one of the vertical threats in the NBA, right? And I think that's really helpful. Who's the last? He played with DeBone, I guess. Like that's a lob threat. Like I don't know if you know DeBone. He's like
I don't know. No.
He's like the guy who people say is 12, but he's not actually 12.
How do you spell that? DeBone?
Dabone. It's Mohamed DeBone. He played with him in ANGT, and he's an above the rim lob threat. People say he's 12. He's not 12.
Yeah, the first link is proof he's not 12.
But anyways, point being, it's been a minute since Kasparis has had a real vertical threat, and I think while in some ways the Illinois context, like with the offense they ran, was good for him, I think in other ways it was bad for him, and that's definitely one of the ways that it was bad for him. And I'm very curious. Yeah. As someone said, tallest guy in the Lithuania U18 team is 6'8". Yeah, I mean, it's like it's the case for most young passers don't get to play, unless you go to like a blue chip, blue blood, powerhouse prep school, or you're like at Duke with Malawash, you're probably not going to get a real lob threat.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. And I think with Bam there too, like I think with Yakuchonis, you probably don't want him just running like standstill pick and roll. I think he's going to be at his best, like coming off those handoffs, like already in motion, where it's not just like, it's tougher to just like throw like a hard trap at that, So I think Bam is like one of the best handoff bigs in the league, right? Like I think there's definitely stuff to work with there. It's a good infrastructure. I like him. I think just generally I like him more in this range where he's getting picked to a team that has stuff than like.
I agree.
I think it's less likely he becomes a kill. Like I think part of Killian's fall as someone that was very high on him was like Detroit just did not have what it took to like support him, and like it got to the point where it's like that guy was just never going to develop into the ceiling in that situation, right? I think Yakuchonis is going into a much more advantageous position for him.
Yeah, I mean, 1 second, I'm just tweeting this out. But Yaku looks like 21. This is Washington's pick now because Utah traded. Okay, this is where Washington traded back to. People are saying Will Riley. Interesting. Back-to-back Illinois. Back-to-back Illini. I feel like my gut reaction to that is like solid. Fine.
Yeah,
solid.
They're definitely
they're getting their scores. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I think with Bub last year too, where I ended up being like probably on the lower end of things, probably a little bit too low with Bub, where I was like, I don't know, I feel like he could probably go back another year, just show a little bit more as a driver, a little bit more physicality. I think you could say like some similar things about Will Riley here. I think it does like scream pre-draft a little bit to me, where they're like picking him before he's probably ready. But I think Will Riley is just like has good physical tools in some sense, although he's really skinny at some point.
Right.
Like
he has great tools in some ways and horrible tools in other ways.
Yeah, 6'8", like good physicality, good like movement skills and stuff. Like I think he has like decent feel for the game. But yeah, I think like, definitely has some limitations as far as just being really, really thin and like not a great shooter yet.
For sure. I like Riley. The Washington fit is interesting. I'm not exactly sure how I feel. Like they're drafting a lot of like defense questionable bucket getters, and I'm not so crazy about that. I do really like Riley in a vacuum. Like, as you mentioned, one of my favorite things about Riley is even though he is so rail thin, he is really physical and willing to take and make contact and, go through guys, which obviously I think if he can develop physically is a good sign. And like, he's mostly terrible on defense because of his like strength and the lack of that. Where I do think he can, Adam Washington Bart query under 200 pounds. That's so funny.
Yeah, they really are collecting them.
Utah traded this pick to take Clayton at 18. So this is a Washington pick for Riley. But yeah, I mean, love his shot making potential. I think he's got a pretty solid handle for his size. Like, I'm cool with betting on the ball skills. I'll give this like a B-, maybe C+, B-, kind of feel. Like B- is probably where I land. Like, fit to me is a little odd in terms of like with the players you have on your roster. It's strange though. I don't know. I'm a fan of Riley, though. I know he's a very polarizing prospect, though. Like, I know people who were, like, really, really high on him. I know people who were really, really low on him. I feel like I've seen varying opinions of this in the chat. Like, some people seem to love this, some people seem to hate this. But I think interesting at least. Like I
Yeah.
get it as a swing and I think like if a team is going to invest in Riley in this range, it makes sense for a team like Washington who are like committed to playing their young guys. They're committed to playing their young guys overall.
They've got a real funky thing going on where it's all either like names that everyone knows, very experienced dudes, or like just really, really young, raw, physically limited guys. I mean, at this point, you've got Riley, you've got Trey Johnson, you've got Sarr, you've got Bub, you've got George, and then like Chris Middleton, CJ McCollum, Smart. I don't know if they're bringing Brogdon back, but like it's
Probably not.
probably not at this point. But like, yeah, it's definitely an interesting philosophy to roster building. I mean, it's kind of a duality of man thing. There's no like real in between to it. I think they could have easily picked like a Nick Clifford or something and had some.
I would have much preferred that.
There.
Yeah.
I think Tiro would have helped their defense a lot. He's
Makes
someone
sense.
that I'm very high on as well. I see you have Penda and Tiro back to back. Like those are two dudes that I just think are NBA level defenders, like in like pretty realistic outcomes. So I would expect to see those guys go pretty soon, hopefully.
I appreciate all of the thoughts and concerns on the spreadsheet design. I will definitely make some changes for tomorrow's stream. Like we said, this is very kind of hodgepodge put together. But yeah, I'll definitely kind of see what I can do. But yeah, I mean, like, I'm gonna have to think more about this Wizards core. It's just like it's a very odd group of prospects, like even beyond their veterans. Like it's just like a strange collection of players and body types, and I don't really know exactly what their vision is necessarily. But I'm certainly interested they were, pretty intriguing to watch this year at times. And like I said, I appreciate their unrelenting commitment to playing their young guys. Also, Illinois guys is funny. Yeah, I agree with you, Fabulous Results, that their lack of, actual advantage creation is an issue. You're probably not going to get that here in this draft, even though I think there's better options. And hopefully Trey can be that guy. But, like, Will talked about it a little bit before. Like, I think I definitely leaned similar to you on Trey. Like I had him exactly at 6, so, like, it was perfectly fine value for me. But I'm not, like, so insane about Trey where, like, I think of him as a primary scoring option, where he's just going to have to really lean into his handle being incredible and the pull-up shot making being incredible, which, like, obviously a stupidly good shooter, and his handle is quite good. It's just, like, without real burst or strength or, the leverage he can create to create separation. I don't know. It's one of the most confusing situations in the league to me that I don't really understand, but I'm very curious to see. This Nets pick Nets don't have, so it's Nets now and then Hawks. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's Nets, right?
Yeah, so Nets got this in the trade with someone today, right? They traded with someone, I swear to God.
Yeah, what was the deal? Was that part of the
Atlanta had this pick, right? Because it was
part of the Porzingis
and then
deal,
it went
right?
to. Oh, right, they got it in the Porzingis trade, right?
I think it was in Porzingis trade. I don't know what they're gonna do with this. I mean, they had two decent sized reaches in my mind, even if I'm not like a Demon hater by any means.
Sure. Yeah, so I mean,
feel like there's directions they can go with this that I really like. There are guys I really like that are still on the board, but I'm very skeptical of what they're gonna do.
I'm fascinated, right? Like I think Nick or Jace to me would be just. I mean, I doubt they take Jace now because they took 2 guards. Nick would be home run to me. Openda or Thero would be home runs to me. Even like I think Drake Powell makes a lot of sense. Fleming makes a lot of sense. Any of those guys, those are the ones that make the most sense here to me for the Brooklyn Nets at this one. It's honestly insane that they have 5 first-round picks. Like that is nuts.
Yeah, well, like I'm very like, when are they going to trade one of these? I honestly was expecting them to try to, which I'm sure they were, like try to consolidate and make a move up. Like there's just no way they're going to draft 5 players, right? Maybe they will, but
maybe. I mean, I guess they have a pretty barren roster, and they kind of can. Like, you know, D'Lo. What I think D'Angelo's a free agent. Cam is probably going to get an extension. Okay. Apparently, Goodman says it's Drake Powell.
Okay.
So we just mentioned Drake Powell as one of the possibilities for Brooklyn here. I honestly warmed up a bit to Powell he's another guy who I warmed up to later in the cycle after, you know, rewatching some of his tape and kind of thinking about the upside potential. Definitely a bit of a reach here for me, no doubt. Like a slight reach. He's 26 on my board. They took him at 22, so very slight reach. What are your thoughts on Powell? Comparison to all the other wings and that stuff.
Yeah, I do actually have to sign off here in a minute, but I'll give my Powell take and then head out of here. I think, you know, similar placement on my board to Will Riley. I think he's raw in a lot of ways on the offensive end. I'm not in love with his touch or his just overall feel on offense, but certainly has like pretty serious physical tools. I think, you know, definitely has what it takes to defend on the ball in the NBA. Yeah, I don't know. I don't hate the pick again. It's just like another reach for me, but
yeah,
he is like
a
legitimate NBA
I think
athlete.
This is my favorite of the questionable Nets picks today, at the very least for me. Like it's
you
not
have Drake highest on your board amongst. Oh, yeah, I guess
Trey a bit higher, but I just think Powell makes more sense with kind of their direction and their roster. Weird. But anyway, Will, thank you so much for hopping on. This was great. Your insights are always wonderful. Feel free to plug anything, get any last words in with the people.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, happy draft day, everyone. Ben, thanks for having me on here. You can follow me on Twitter, W_A_Morris. But yeah, Ben, talk soon. Thanks for having me on.
For sure. Have a good night, Will.
All right. Take care.
Awesome. Another huge thanks to Will. Another great guy. All of our guests, great guys, and Will is super smart. As you can see, we have lots of differing opinions, but I really respect Will's opinion. I think I'm going to give this like another B-, like bit of a reach to me. I get it, but fine, I suppose. I don't know. Weird. Yeah. I like Josh Greeney, maybe. Yeah, I can feel that. Powell's on-ball defense, like Will alluded to, is truly, truly awesome. Like his lateral quickness, ability to get low and slide and mirror is so impressive. And his shot is okay, right? It's like I get it as a 3-and-D swing. And again, the Nets are an understandable landing spot, but I don't know. It's a bit odd. I don't know. Anyways, hey, shout out Drake. Shout out TW. That's an awesome Drake. Kuminga and Fraser, whatever. What an interesting draft. So we have Atlanta here. This would be an incredible Neek spot. If it's Neek, then this is just like the godly Atlanta draft. There's potential here for some really high level stuff. But thoughts on McNeely? Not a fan. Worry quite a bit about his offense. About his finishing and his defense. His shooting's great. Especially considering Neek is the greatest Hawk ever. Hell yeah. Asa, possibly. I mean, I was always lower on Asa back to the thanks, Steph. Back to the early season. Just don't really see the upside with him on either end of the floor. But yeah, I'm not crazy. I believe we're gonna have 2 more guests on the show, at least 1 more guest. Make sure if you're not already, go follow Will and Ricky and Matt. Really appreciate them giving their time and coming to give us some great insight and analysis. I don't think Asa has elite vertical pop at all. I don't know if that's a kind of thought on him. He's pretty quick off the floor, I think. Like he's a good athlete, no doubt. But I don't think he's an incredible athlete by any means. His best stuff to me as an athlete is his like fluidity and lateral quickness for his size. Like he can be a really impressive guy. But yeah, I'm not a huge Asa fan. But at this range in the draft, like if the Hawks end up going with Asa at 23, I would understand it. It would make sense to me. It would definitely make sense to me. Who are we going to get for Atlanta? Okay, Newell. Is Newell the pick? I get it. I do get it. Sag, Scotto, Goodman. I get it. I'm not crazy. I'm not like so insane about it, but I understand it. So let's put it in. Asa Newell. Asa was my 3rd best available small ball big. I do think he's more of a 4, small ball 5, whatever you want to call it. Definitely a reach by my board, at least a couple tiers. So not going to grade out super well for me. But I think it's an okay fit. I think it makes sense for the Hawks. It does make sense for the Hawks, I guess. I think Trace Jackson Davis with more perimeter defense is honestly a solid comparison, which is, again, a solid player, right? But I don't know. I worry about his offense outside of just play finishing. He doesn't do much on offense, like in terms of he doesn't really pass the ball. He, to me, one of the worst passers in the draft. I don't know. What do I give this? Like C? Do I think this is a worse pick than the Traore pick? Probably. I think I like it a smidge more. Yeah, I'll give it a C. It's a perfectly like pick. It is so chalk for the Thunder to take Neek or Jace here. It's gonna happen. The Oklahoma City Thunder, if last year was any indication where they basically drafted off my board, then I think they take, and they took Swarber, who I love. So I do think that they're gonna take Neek or Jace. Neek would be crazy. I would like Penda and Thero there. I'd like Fleming there. Like I wouldn't. Neek and Jace aren't the only 2 that they can take. But overall, Ace is like, again, perfectly C pick for Atlanta taking Asa right there. Like it's fine. It's okay. I don't mind it. But yeah, very, very curious. Okay, I don't love Ace's suit color matchups as much as I did in the picture. Maybe it's just the coloration on my TV. Jay, I agree with that. Because is it more lavendery? I don't know how much I don't know. I'll do a deeper dive into the fashion at some point. They're really gonna just, they are letting OKC they're letting OKC steal this title next year. But yeah. Yeah, I like Drake though, honestly. I think Drake for Brooklyn is the best is definitely the best pick of the Brooklyn draft so far. And I'm very curious to see who the I'm very curious to see. I'm just so excited for who OKC's. Might as well put your money. I would. Yeah, I agree, Brent. It looks the lavender. It didn't look as lavender. It looked more like matte blue than lavender on the picture that we looked at earlier on the stream. But seeing it on like the TV, I mean, if he just went with like an all white or like a cream under, I think it would have been perfect. Like I think that would have been so perfect. But yeah, very interesting outcomes so far. I don't know. Maybe so. Like the Hawks obviously get a great grade overall for the draft because of the trade. But I don't think I'm really baking. Like, should I be giving them a better grade because they got like the 2026 pick? But yeah, nice suit, shitty shirt. Fair enough. What does that say about his game? You know, I do think getting the jacket right is probably important. You know, maybe he's not as good on the details, right? You know, like the details and the coloring and all that, all of like the minor stuff that not everyone notices. But at least he's got the big stuff. You know, he got the rebounding. Oh, I think Nick is so much better than. I mean, they're obviously very different players, so they're hard to compare. But Nick to me is like, yeah, I see. That's what I was thinking about, Brent. But like the Pelicans traded up with the specific intention to get Queen, whereas the Hawks didn't trade down with the specific intention to like get new. Like maybe they did, but like I feel like a trade down. Maybe I'll bump them up to a C+ for it. Yeah, I'll bump them up a little bit because I do think the trade was just that phenomenal. And if we're talking just trade grade, oh my goodness. Wow, the Kings. I love that. I love that. If I adore that if wow. Okay, so I assume it's 24 Sacramento, Nick Clifford. That was my best available player. Let's see what the cost is. But curious about what the cost is, but man, I mean, the Kings have needed a wing forever. Clifford is an incredible. I mean, that's an A. I mean, I'm just gonna put in A+ for now because of the value. I am curious about the trade compensation. The Thunder trading down is just evil. It's just demonic. But I love Nick Clifford. I truly do view him as like a potential like top 50, top 60 guy in the league one day. And obviously very safe. I think his passing is elite and underrated. I'm a huge fan of Nick, and he was my best player available, obviously. So that's just, you know, getting a guy who I had 12th overall at 24th is really great. But yeah, there's no way the Kings traded it. I hope the Kings didn't trade a future first, because I want to keep this as an A+. So let me know if anybody sees the details on that trade. Please let me know, because and Nick with the purple suit going to Sacramento. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. Maybe they gave up seconds or swaps, or like I don't know exactly what what exactly. Just tweeting out the stream one more time. But yeah, I love Neek. Looks like the Suns jersey. Yeah, it's probably seconds. I'm thinking the same thing, Jay. If it's this late in the first, I doubt they gave up for 3 seconds. I'm cool with that, honestly. Like, I think Neek is good enough to where, 1 second. But yeah, who is on the board? Orlando on the board. A couple guards I like here for Orlando, for sure. I really like Saraf there. I like Cam Jones there. Oh, Jace. Wait a second. This has got to be Jace, right? I mean, if it's not Jace, like maybe it's some injury thing or... Man, I don't know. When is Mark Sears getting drafted? Some point on day 2. I would guess between 40 and 50. Thoughts on Hugo Gonzalez? Kind of the same thoughts that I've had on him for a while now. Solid 2-way upside bet. I like his defense. He's a good slasher, at least willing to shoot. There's no way the Magic actually take Mark Sears. But if they did, I would hate it less than if other teams took Mark Sears, I guess. Like, it wouldn't be my favorite. It certainly wouldn't be a pick that I'd like, but it would be a pick that I'd probably criticize. But let's see. Arthur Kaluma, probably a EuroLeague guy, if I had to guess. I just don't think he has the shot making or feel to really be an NBA player per se. But probably will be a good Euro guy, or could put up numbers in the G League or like summer league guy. Still haven't gotten any details on this pick, I don't think. But Chase FC, we have to watch Paolo. If it's Wolf, I'm logging off permanently. Cam Jones would be nice. Worry about the rebounding over small battery. His rebounding rate. I don't but rebounding is like not something I really care about for Neek. Like, that's very low on the list of. Oh, did the Magic get Jace? Is this happening? I mean, it's so obvious. Like, it's so obvious. Yeah, okay. Huge. Absolutely huge. 1 second, quick. We're actually gonna have a very gonna have a very last minute guest on that I didn't, but since the Kings. Anyways, I love the Jace Richardson pick. That's an easy A+. It's giving Tyrese Maxey. Like, I don't think he's as good as Maxey, but it's giving Tyrese Maxey. Like, you know what I mean, right? Like, it's phenomenal. I think this might be the best combination of fit and value of the entire draft to me. Like, this is a phenomenal selection. I'm so happy with this. I love it, man. Congrats to any Magic fans out there. Like, this is just incredible work from I mean, like, again, they just took the player that fell, but like a lot of teams don't do that, right? And like, I want to give them credit for, doing the quote unquote obvious thing. I'm a huge Jace fan. I think that's so good. Yeah. One of the easy best picks of the draft. And I can certainly see this. I mean, I would bet that this just like ends up being a ridiculously Just a ridiculously gluttonous move. Like, man, wow, that's incredible. Reno or Kalkbrenner for Boston? Easily Reno. As you can see on my board, I have Kalkbrenner 24 and Reno 45, completely different tiers. So I much prefer Kalkbrenner as a player. So man, I'm still thinking about that Neek trade, man. That is incredible. Wait, Kings gave up their Spurs 2027 pick. Oh, wait. Where do you see this? Hello, Jack. Welcome to this
7 pick?
People, I need to see protections. Welcome, Jack. Jack is a great Kings content creator. He's big time on TikTok, so that's how you know he's legit. And I asked him super last minute to do this, but thoughts?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you there for a second. I just heard 2027 first round pick for the Spurs.
Someone 2027 Kings traded their protected 1 through 16 immediately rolls into 2 seconds if doesn't convey. So that's not a crazy.
That's not bad.
That's not so bad. I mean, like, man,
No.
I love the pick. We've been talking about how much we love the pick. What do you think?
Oh my, I'm on cloud 9. There's been all this news about the Kings trading up into the 20s at some point in this draft, and everyone thought it was going to be Jace or Clifford. I couldn't be happier. This is the kind of guy that I've been dying for the Kings to draft forever.
It's like they've needed a real wing for so long. Like I don't know how long we've been talking about this team needing like a actual wing who can like play defense and do things on offense, but like I think Neek is better than that personally. Like I think he's got real upside on the ball. Like I love his driving. I think his passing is super underrated. Like I really like this pick, and I know you do as well. And it's just like, I think definitely like, I guess it seems like a lot for a late first on the surface, but it's also like for a guy who I valued at least as a lottery pick. I don't know how high you had Neek on your board or whatever.
I had him at 16, so pretty close to the lottery.
Okay, so yeah.
But I don't really mind giving up a first round pick for a guy who's pretty like ready. If it was someone who was a lot later to like, someone who'd need a lot more time to develop, I'd maybe be a bit more hesitant about it. But I think Neek is going to be playing big minutes very early for the Kings. Him and Keon Ellis next to each other.
Who's their new GM?
It's Scott Perry. And by the way,
right.
This pick is I'm very nervous about Scott Perry as a GM. I feel a lot better about him now.
That's a good look. Show some balls, trade up.
Yeah.
Go get a really good player who's falling. I don't know how you feel about Jace, but this is just like the last two picks to me. Just like
I would have been stoked with either Jace or Clifford. I actually thought it was going to be Jace at first, but I'm more than happy with Clifford.
I mean, it's just like they've needed a wing for so long, and like, what do you think the Kings are going to do this offseason? Because like they're in such like a weird position. Where obviously like they're kind of quote unquote like all in moves for DeRozan pretty much blew up in their face. Fox is out. Levine, I guess, is there. Any guesses, ideas on like what this is going forward? And I think Neek, I like Neek because he just fits in everywhere. Like,
I mean, I think probably DeMar and Monk are the odd men out here. I think Levine is probably impossible to move. I can't imagine there's another team that's willing to take on the Levine experiment. And same with Sabonis. There were just huge inflated contracts that I think a lot of teams kind of understand what they're getting with those two guys. You're not fooling anyone with those guys. But I think DeMar's contract makes it pretty easy to move. And I think there's plenty of teams that are willing to take on Malik Monk despite, his issues.
Yeah, you could probably see that happening.
Yeah, I'm stunned that DeMar is still on the roster. I mean, maybe it'll happen tomorrow, but I can't imagine DeMar's going to be here for that much longer.
Right. And it's like, the Sabonis of it all is really interesting. It's just like
Mm.
he's obviously an incredibly good player, and he had an incredibly good season. But it's just like hard. Like I think he's a guy who like I don't really subscribe to the idea that like it's impossible to build like a good playoff team around Sabonis.
Mhm.
Like I think that's wrong, but I do think it's tough. Like it's maybe harder than your average star to build a great team around. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't try, right? And I just don't think. I mean, as you would probably agree with, the Kings have really tried much over the last
No, I mean they
4 or
haven't.
5 years, or since they've had, I guess, 3 years since they traded.
Yeah, I mean I've been begging for them. I mean, again, not like the Miles Turner and Domantas Sabonis connection was ever that great, but I've always been dying for them to just try another big next to him.
Yeah.
They did. I think they played like 20 minutes of Jonas Valanciunas and Sabonis together, which was hell. I think that was the worst 20 minutes of my life. But you've gotta just give him. Sabonis is actually like a better defender than people will give him credit for. In
Yeah, I
space,
think he had a
like
solid year
away
on
from the basket. Like as far as centers that can guard the perimeter go, he's up there. He's really quick on his feet, but he's just not vertical at all. You've got to give him help beneath him. And I think I don't know about I don't know too much about Neek's ability to like help at the rim, but maybe that's someone. If they didn't give up 42, I haven't actually looked at the package that they gave up, but maybe
It's
they're looking at a center there.
No, I don't think they gave up 42.
Okay,
I
that's
think
fine.
it's just the 2027 protected first,
Mhm.
which is totally fine. And obviously,
That's
I think it
fine
makes
with
a lot of
me.
sense for the Thunder too, just because like they don't have the roster spots to keep adding guys.
Right, and
Um,
there's no way that San Antonio. I mean, who knows, right? With injuries and all, but like San Antonio is going to be fine in 2027. I don't think that.
They should. They should.
I don't know if
And,
they're going to be in the lottery that year.
not that this is a huge consideration, but somebody mentioned this in the chat a little earlier that the 2027 draft does not seem to be that incredible. The Nets take Ben Saroff at 26. That is legitimately the funniest thing ever. Another international on-ball guard. I mean, like,
I know you like Demon more than most people, more than me, certainly. Like, what
not
are the
really.
Nets doing?
I mean, I have him 30. I gave that pick a D.
Okay, never mind. I
Like,
thought you were higher on him than that.
No, not that high.
What are they doing?
I'm very confused. I think this value is fine for Saroff. Like you said, I have Saroff 23rd on my board. They took him 26th. Fine in terms of, where they took him. But like they took Traore, they took Demon. Drake Powell was the only one that I'm like, I get that with
Yeah.
where they're going, their timeline. I'm not like even a huge Drake Powell fan, but like strange. Where do you have Saroff? What do you think of him?
I had Saroff like in the second round. I'm like not huge on him. I think he's fine. I think his passing is really interesting from the wing. I mean, he's not really a wing. He's more of a guard. But I think
he's a tall point guard.
Yeah. He's got great positional size, which you can say the same thing about Traore and Demon. They're really collecting a type over there.
This is
I'm not the biggest Sarah fan.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just an I don't really know what the Nets are doing. Like it's just an odd process. Like I don't really know what the plan is necessarily. Like you took 3 guards who are pretty much, or like certainly at their best with the ball in their hands. I think all of them at this point like have real questions about how they play off ball. Like I don't hate all, as I think Jay is saying this now in the chat. Like I don't hate all the players they took. It's like I think they took fine players, but I think when you have a lot of picks, like it can be easy to just like swing on a bunch of random projects. But I also think you have to think about like how are these guys going to get playing time? How are they going to exist within the current roster? And like, does the Nets taking 3 guards means you don't extend Cam Thomas? Like I think they probably would.
It's just the construction is really weird to take picks like this. I don't really know too much about how much Serif needs to be on the ball, but Traore and Demon certainly do. And there's not a ton of other players on the like. It's a very clunky fit. I was stunned that they didn't go with Malawash at 10, or no, they had 8.
I really thought they were. I mean, I thought they were. It was going to be Fears, and if Fears wasn't there, it was going to be Malawash. That was definitely my. I mean, again, obviously the smoke wasn't actually true. That was, sometimes that stuff is right. Like Chicago liking Noah ended up coming true. Like Toronto liking Murray Boyles ended up. The Pelicans liking Fears. So obviously some of this, but yeah, I agree with people who are saying like. I do think Saraf pretty much is at his best and needs the ball in his hands. Like, he's not a great spot-up shooter. He's not a great finisher at the basket. He doesn't really get rebounds. Like, he's a great passer. He's got a sick handle. But
do you want to guess who the Nets just took at 27?
You want to guess? Wait. Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Did they take, like, Hugo Gonzalez? Did they go their national guy?
That'd be really funny, though.
Wait. Who leaked this? Where is this?
Jake Fisher.
Who'd they take?
Danny Wolf.
No shot.
They took Danny Wolf.
No shot.
I don't know what they're doing. Ben Seraph and Danny Wolf is crazy.
I think,
same draft.
C
Go
plus
trade for Denny.
C plus works for me for Saraf, just because maybe that's too harsh, because I do like the value here, but it's just this is not a pick that I like. I'm very low on Wolf. I have him at least a tier below. I kind of can't believe what the Nets have done today. I'm kind of stunned, honestly. This is wow. I don't know. Do you like Wolf? Are you a fan of his game?
No, I don't like Wolf. There was the fact that he had smoke for the lottery was insane to me.
I never bought that. That's true. I agree with you.
Mm-hmm. There were people saying the Suns would take him at 10. It's what are we talking about?
Bulls maybe.
Yeah, we've seen this kind of player. We see this kind of player every year. It's like the Kelly Olynyk redux. Good passing, smart guy, makes good reads, but is not a very vertical center. It doesn't really work that well.
I don't really get it. It's I feel like Wolf I like best for teams who have motion offenses. You have shooters and finishers around him. You can kind of use him as a hub because he is legitimately an excellent passer and handler for his size. No doubt about that. He can really play in terms of with the ball, but one, what team is going to give him the ball like that at Michigan, right? It's maybe the Nets, but you have Cam Thomas, you draft 3 guards who need the ball. Wolf is, again, another player who I don't think does much for you without the ball in his hands because he's not a great shooter. He's not a crazy finisher for his size. He's an all right rebounder, all right screener. Just doesn't the Nets got a bunch of guys who can pass, but I don't think any of them overlap necessarily super well. I am very, very confused.
I'm just excited for the Nets Twitter crash out. This is going to be the Nets.
Someone said
Nets Twitter is great.
This is the Zoran sacrifice.
All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. They got 2 Israeli hoopers as the sacrifice.
That's unbelievable. They take a bunch of guys who need the ball in their hands, and I think so Adam earlier asked Nets draft pick power rankings.
I think that was one.
Drake is easily the best one. I think I'm not even so crazy about Drake, but Nets going for a Project D wing who can play both ways makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
I see in a vacuum, I think Saraf I like the most in terms of value and where they got him, but the fact that they took him after Traore and Demon makes it worse. Just in a vacuum, I think Saraf is 2. I am very confused. I'm perplexed.
It's bad. I still can't believe they took Demon that high. I'm stunned.
Same.
Did they really think that he wasn't going to last to 19?
I mean, he might not have. It's definitely possible he might earlier, but he's
he's not that. Yeah.
Yeah, as someone said in the chat, it is hilarious that the Nets' best player was Cam Thomas, and then the one skill they hyper-indexed on getting was passing. It's if you told me before the draft the Nets are going to draft a bunch of good passers, I'd be like, oh, okay, sounds good.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, looks like Hugo Gonzalez to Boston. This is like such like a chalky Boston pick. Honestly,
Uh-huh.
like this is such a Boston pick to me. Thoughts on Hugo?
It was hard to get a read on him with how low the volume was in Europe.
For sure.
But like I understand the vision. It's like a very Evan Fournier kind of a player. He's going to come off, shoot a bunch of threes. The defense, I think, is better than advertised, though.
His
I
defense
kind of liked him there. Yeah.
I think defense is his main self to me. Like I love his athletic. He's another one of these weird guys because like most teenagers don't play in the EuroLeague or like even ACB, so it's like hard to really fault him for that. You know, it's a very good professional league. But Hugo was always really impressive as a youth player, like on offense. And like for the Celtics, I get it as just like a swing. And they, after the moves, I feel like the moves they've been making recently, like getting Simon's slant offense, definitely. So it does make sense to me to get like a defensively minded project wing. I honestly like this. The more that I'm talking about this, like there are players I would have preferred, like Penda, Thero.
I can't believe Thero's on the board.
You're a big Thero guy, right?
Yeah, I love him.
Yeah, me too. I'm a huge Thero guy as well. I mean, I think some people are even higher than on him. I think there are people who have him like lottery, and I have him like at 20, and that's still way higher than consensus. Like, I mean, I get it because it's a broke ownership move to get a drafted stash guy. I mean, like, I get it. I understand it. This is like a perfectly B pick in my eyes. Like, it's like, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing that's gonna like.
I would have kind of liked to see him do Kalkbrenner. Like, you know,
I
if
would
you're
have
going to
loved
lose
Yep.
Cornet and Hornet
Yep.
or Cornet and Horford in the offseason, take
Mhm.
Kalk.
I gave them Kalk in a bunch of the mock drafts I did before the draft. I mean, I
It
guess
seems
they
like
could
a
get him
very
at 32.
lateral Porzingis replacement. I mean, that's
Honestly,
there
I
you go.
think Kalk is like one of my favorite Kalk comparisons was Cornet. Like, I think there are quite a few similarities there. And I guess, yeah, they could get him at 32. Like, that would be great if that's their plan. But yeah, I don't mind the Hugo pick. It's not something that like it's not like the crazy jump for joy. I'm stoked about that pick. But it's nothing crazy. We got 2 more picks to go. Wow, what a draft this has been.
It's been exciting. My jaw was on the floor when Hanson Yang got taken. I thought he was going to go like 50s.
So earlier today, I already had a bunch of these like graphics done for the show, and I was like, I'm gonna make a few more. Like I had all the consensus first round guys done. I'm like, I'm gonna make a couple more just in case. And the last one I did was Yang, and I'm very glad that I did that because I would have been disappointed if he was the one first round guy that I didn't have a graphic for. But do you have a favorite pick of the draft? If you know, maybe other than
Malawash. It's
Yeah.
Malawash.
You're a huge Malawash.
I mean, it
guy.
is. I can't believe that just fell into their laps.
It is
I mean,
very
that
much
is-
like the sun's
I
falling.
mean, maybe
half
I'm like
backwards.
maybe I'm very high on him, like much higher than anyone else. But like, there's very few guys in this draft that I think have the potential to be better than Cooper, and Malawash is one of them. Like, I think Cooper's amazing. I don't think it's likely, but Malawash is defensive player of the year potential. He's a ridiculous defender.
I think it's
And
definitely
he's so
possible.
early, early on the development curve with him too.
I've been back and forth on Malawash. I still ended up with him fairly high. Like I had him at 7. I'm a big fan of his. But like I know people again, like I know plenty of people who view him as like a top 2 to 4 guy or top 3 to 4 guy in this class. And like he's exactly what the doctor ordered for Phoenix. The Mark Williams trade is a little strange, but like they didn't really give up that much. And I guess I understand adding more depth to like a center room that was just so weird.
Yeah, it's also going to be kind of, I wasn't huge on like, who's the other person they just brought in? I'm blanking on what their depth chart looks like, but
Nick Richards?
Oh yeah, Nick Richards. Jesus,
Like,
Nick
it's-
Richards. Yeah, like, and I
They're
can't
collecting all
stand.
of the Hornets centers. I feel like
I
Malawash
can't
is like.
stand Nick Richards.
I
I
feel
just
like
can't.
I feel like Malawash is like Hornetsy in spirit. I don't know. It's just like he feels like a guy who can be a Hornet. But
Man,
I really liked the Hornets going against type and taking Khan. Like
that was fun. Yeah.
they've just taken so many of these like crappy toolsy athlete project types. You know, I liked Salon, but I think they reached on him last year, like JT Thor, Kai Jones, James Bouknight, like Amari Bailey. It's like just get a guy who's going to be good. He's got super high feel. He's a great shooter. That was definitely one of my favorites. And then the Sorber pick was just biblical greed.
Yeah,
From
that
the-
is good. I'm still. I mean, the fact that they have a pick that high is just ridiculous.
It's disgusting. And the fact that
is Sorber going to be their 14th man next year?
I don't know. And the fact that if the lottery went a different way, they could have had a top 8 pick as well from the Sixers. I wonder who so Hornets are back on the clock now because they traded with the Suns. So definitely curious to see who. So Hornets took Khan at 4. So there's some really good options left. Like this is a spot I love for Thero.
That's a very Hornets pick.
I gave them Thero at I think 34 in my final mock. I mean, would obviously love it if they took him here as well. I think even like Kalkbrenner would make sense here. Like to just get a real like adult in that center room. Definitely makes sense. I'd like honestly, I don't know, like Broom makes sense for similar reasons. Who are your like best players available? Obviously, I know Thero,
Kalkbrenner. I really like Cam Jones. I think Fleming is good, even if maybe the ceiling isn't super high with him. I still like him.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Jameer Watkins from FSU as well.
Same, love him.
I don't know if this is too high for him. I kind of had him as like a second round guy, but this is the kind of territory where I'd like to take him. And then the Serbian dude whose name I just can't pronounce,
Markovic.
Mark. Yeah, I could pronounce his last name. I don't know his first one.
Yeah, we can.
Markovic is fun.
Markovic.
6'10", awesome size. Like I think he's a fun pick.
For sure. Yeah, I like Markovic a lot. I really like Jameer. Like what do I have Jameer? I have Jameer at 31. So like this would be a perfectly acceptable place for him to land for me. Cam Jones, I like. Fleming, I like. Pretty much all the guys you echoed.
I don't like who the Hornets just took.
Wait, I did not see who the Hornets just took. Wait, I also need to do I think I've been slacking on but who the Hornets take? Why don't you reveal it to me?
With the 29th pick, the Hornets take Liam McNeely.
Fine.
It's whatever. I
Whatever.
ended up having him pretty low. I don't know where you landed with him.
I had him 33. So like
okay, that's not bad.
Slight reach by my board. Like don't particularly think much of him, but a shooter, I guess. I don't really understand this one for Charlotte. I think this is like it's possible that they just like viewed him as a value and like that he was falling and they just wanted to take the value. And like I get that to some extent, right? But I mean, in my opinion, he's not necessarily a value here. And I really worry about pretty much everything aside from shooting and playmaking. Hornets, too many scandals. They went full wholesome mode. Fair enough, I guess. You get Khan and you get McNeely. Really trying to.
And they tried to connect either. We should have seen this pick coming.
Oh my goodness. I mean, like I don't know. It's fine.
He's fine. He's so boring. I have like very little.
This is another like the most.
Takes about me.
This is another like the most C pick of all time. Like it's like, whatever.
Yeah.
Like he's gonna be a rotation player. He's a big, tall shooter. We have Clippers are Thero or Kalk would definitely be
Thero. Yeah, Thero would be sick for the Clippers. That's
in a hypothetical where the Hawks were considering Sorber and Newell, was getting the first next year worth downgrading from Sorber to Newell? Absolutely, in my opinion. I think that getting a unprotected 2026 first is like unbelievably. It's a heist. It truly is. As much as I love Derek Queen, it's a heist. It just is. And
I mean,
It's
I don't know. Joe Dumars still has his fastball. I mean, he traded Indiana's first back to them, and then he just lost this. He just lost 2 potentially great picks next year for like Nish.
yeah, it's I don't really
For buying into Fears and Queen. I mean,
I
hey,
mean, it's
they're
such
fun.
it's such a tough spot for me because those are 2 of my favorite prospects. I had both of them in my top 5. I don't think I could pick a worse like landing spot than both of them landing on the Pelicans together. It's like it's like, again, ultimately for the Fears pick, it's like I think it's a value. I like the talent. I'm okay with it. It's so conflicted because like to me, Queen is the kind of player who I think is worth, if you're going to trade up, it should be for someone who you view as a blue chip prospect that's falling. You have a clear tier above everyone else. And I do think for me, that was the case for Queen. But like, man, like with this Pelicans, like this weird ass Pelicans roster, it's certainly going to be questionable. I mean, there's so many teams. Like, I'm fascinated to see how that. Someone said, as a Pistons fan, this is a certified Troy Weaver moment.
Yeah, it is.
yeah. I mean, like, if the shoe fits, I don't know, man. Like, I'm fascinated to see how it goes. I'm so excited to watch that team next year.
It's going to be I mean, that's going to be a really fun game.
It's going to be a blast. I mean,
Jordan Poole and Jeremiah Fears backcourt is going to be
DeJounte back healthy.
That's beautiful basketball.
They still have Yves Missi, like, who had a fairly promising.
Yves Missi and Eric Queen can play together?
Maybe, like, I don't know, like it.
Hey, Missi can protect the rim. There goes something.
I don't know. Yeah. What do you think of what Utah did? Someone just said Utah got the 2 best shot makers in the draft.
Is that referring to Clayton and Bailey? And
yes.
We're not talking about Riley here. Okay.
No, Riley's a wizard.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. They moved him. I mean, I'm not the biggest Ace fan, but I can't hate that value. You're getting him at 5. Danny Ainge does not care that he doesn't want to play for his team. And Walter Clayton jumping Miami to get him he's a great player. I think him and Collier are, like, as far as a backcourt, like an interesting backcourt duo go, they both kind of cover up each other's weaknesses really well. I think that's a lot of fun.
Yep.
I typically don't love what Utah does here.
Yeah, we were talking about that exact same thing, that like Clayton's a great fit with Collier. I think it was Will Morris is on. We're talking about, like, he's not a huge fan of Keontae going forward, and I think Walter makes more sense than him with this core. And I think
I'm with him on that.
Obviously, Ace seems pretty unhappy, but it's a great basketball fit. Like, Utah so badly needs a real 2-way wing. Like, the only like promising 2-way wing on their roster, who is Taylor Hendricks, broke his leg last year. So like,
right.
I like Hendricks, but also like hard to bet on like an injury. Like, that's a really serious injury, especially for a guy who's one of his main sells was mobility.
Right.
I think Ace, like, he's going to be great.
Yeah, I think a lineup with Collier, Collier, Ace, Clayton, Kessler, Markkanen is like, that's actually not bad. Like, that's going to work.
And like, I love getting Ace with a really good coach like Will Hardy, who's going to run a great offense.
I love Will. I'm so high on Will Hardy.
I trust Hardy. I mean, of course, the question is Ace going to buy in? And like, I don't know him personally. I'm not going to like. I tend to lean like, yes, these guys can, because they're professionals and adults, and I tend to believe that these people can figure it out and understand, like, this is what I need to do to make generational life-changing money. But, some players just never adjust their wiring. Like, some players just don't. Are you reacting to what I? I
mean, listen, this guy is not I'm not convinced this guy's real. Like,
the Clippers are, if nothing else, the Clippers.
Yeah, they're creative.
So this is the only guy.
Conan Niederhauser.
I am actually pissed off at this. The last pick in the draft is the only person I didn't make a fucking graphic for, because I was like, oh my God, that's so annoying.
I don't know. I mean, other than the fact that I saw that he killed the combine, I don't know anything about this guy.
Yeah, nothing. He's the only guy. He's the only guy drafted today. Most Clippers thing ever that I didn't have a draftable grade on. which is quite something. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's your classic like raw toolsy athlete. He's kind of like if Baron J was worse and 2 years older. Like
That's
part
awesome.
of the appeal with like a Baron J is that he's legitimately the third youngest player of the draft and like was productive. You know, it's like we talked about this when he got picked. I'm not so crazy about Baron J, but like I understand the bet for sure. But this one, man, I mean, if you're not like super tapped into the draft, I wouldn't expect you to like, you know much about Yannick because he was a, you know, just like a combine riser. I mean, this is a pure athletic tool. Michael says Nets fan, help me. I'm sorry, buddy. Not sure. Get ready to learn Darren Peterson, hopefully. Like,
I mean, yeah, that's got to be the best. It's like, let's just be terrible.
The cope. That is the cope. I'm actually genuinely upset that Yannick got drafted because I don't have a graphic for them. That's so annoying. I literally thought about making one for him just last minute. I'm like, no, I don't.
There's no way. Yeah,
there's no way. And unfortunately, his suit is clean though. He's got the blue with like a pattern, like the all black.
Okay. I mean, hey, he passes the Namora test. I mean,
Yannick Coden Niederhauser. This is
yeah, I'm all over that.
This is some NFL.
Sell the jerseys. So tell me who you think the Kings should take at 42, because I'm about to hop on another.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say, yeah. I didn't need to keep you up for so long.
But... No, it's all good. I got time.
Cool. Kings at 42. I mean, look, if any of like obviously Pendathero, Fleming fall that far,
I would
fucking home run.
Oh my god.
I would love Jameer Watkins if they want to double up on wings, or I think like I like a player like Broom or Markovich or like Golden just to boost up the front court because like they could just use more bigs, right?
Yeah.
Anybody you have your eye on as well as our Kings guy?
I mean, Thero is huge. That's I've been dying for this this Kings team has been dying for wings for 5 years. At this point, they've just refused to take them at any cost. So obviously, I'd want a Thero, I'd want a Watkins, even a Fleming is really interesting to me. It would not shock me if they went with Cam Jones, though. They've been dying for a point guard. They've been telegraphing a point guard forever, and Cam Jones seems like someone who could step in pretty quickly and play a rotational role for the Kings, which is what they need. I love Devin Carter, but I don't think he's really ever going to be a 1. I think I like him as a 2.
Sure. Same, yeah. I think he's like a off guard for sure.
Yeah, he's an off guard, and he's 6'2", which isn't great. And I think 6'2" is maybe being generous. I've stood next to him. I think it's maybe closer to 6'1", but the defense with him is fantastic.
For sure,
I think Cam Jones would be a really interesting pick.
I love Cam. I think the Cam Carter backcourt is an interesting one. Just like 2 funky knee guards.
Oh, anyway, Tyrese Proctor. That's the other person I'm really into.
Proctor, there's a good chance he's going to be there as well. I mean, if they can get another guard.
I would kill for Proctor. Like, maybe this is boosting his stock a little. I mean, I had him in the 20s. But like he kind of reminds me of like a Nembhard.
A lot of people like Proctor. I'm not crazy high on him, but I do get
issues with him.
Mostly just like I think these jack of all trades, master of none, like college role players scare me. Like these guys who are, the kind of sellers, like, oh, they're solid at everything. Where it's like, what is the standout skill? I think he's gonna be a solid shooter, and like the defense is okay. But I've never been crazy about the defense, and it's possible I'm wrong, obviously. But in the second round, it's like it would be hard to call any pick in the 40s a terrible pick. Like.
Right. No, there seems like a lot of great options at 42. I was super nervous that they weren't actually going to pull off the first round pick trade. I heard some stuff about like, Miami at 20, but then that kind of faded because it seemed like they wanted Clayton. Oof. It just makes the outlook for the rest of the draft that much better. They're like, okay, I don't have to, I don't have to worry about.
No.
Harry taking some.
You got an awesome player. It's like perfect.
Yeah.
But anyways,
there's plenty of dudes I'd be interested in.
For sure. Thanks so much for coming on. Tell the people.
Thanks for inviting me, man. I appreciate
if you'd like to plug anything.
Oh, I mean, Twitter, JackDanKF, and TikTok, Jack the Kings fan. I'd love to see you there.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jack, and enjoy the rest of your night.
And of course, you too.
See ya. Awesome. I believe we will have one more guest hopping on shortly, so don't go anywhere. We're talking draft recap right now. Sorry, BP NFL breakdown. 4 hours in, man. I feel like this is a long day one. Anyways, thank you guys also. I mean, I'm not ending off right now, but I just still wanted to say thanks so much to everyone who's here and who stuck it out with me. Like, this is a sleeping stream all through the second round tomorrow. I mean, this is like genuinely some of the most fun I have all year doing this stream, and the fact that I have like hundreds of people in here watching the draft with me is just like so cool. And I really just so deeply appreciate everyone who came out and supported and liked and subscribed, even just for a little bit. But is there hope for the Nets? As we're saying, Nets hope. Darren Peterson, get ready to learn Darren Peterson, or Devansa or Boozer, obviously. But man, one of these guys will learn to score. You'd hope so, right? Like, that's like the thinking. It's like one of these guys is going to be something, I hope. But yeah, just a very, very, very odd, strange, a lot of weird picks. Our last guest is about to join, by the way. So like I said, don't go anywhere. But yeah, I mean, it's what a draft. That was a fun first round. This sucks being a Clippers fan. Yeah. I was shell shocked when the Clippers took Kobe Brown. I love Kobe Brown. That's my boy. I was a fan of him since the day he stepped on the court at Mizzou, my freshman or sophomore, I think my freshman year. But that guy, like, I love Kobe. I'm stunned he went in the first round. Like, I don't know. It's quite the welcome, CT.
Hey Ben, how you doing?
What's up, buddy? CT Fazio, friend of the channel. If you followed the channel, you've probably seen him. CT, how's it going?
Going well. Just wrapped up. I was on DMVR in their draft show. Nuggets had no picks tonight, so wasn't too much going on as far as the Nuggets concerned. But great to break down some of the picks. But glad to be joining you now to recap some of the first round.
Absolutely. I'm just gonna quickly tweet out promoting that you're here. But while I do that, just like overarching thoughts in the first round, favorite picks, least favorite picks, anything you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of guys in my first round on my board, and I probably think for yours as well. I'm just discussing that. I think a lot of guys that slipped to the second round that I had first round grades on. A guy like Adu Diarra, slipping pretty far into the second round. Kalkbrenner, same thing.
Yep.
Cam Jones, another guy. I think these guys, I just said on DMVR, I think they're going to return first round value. So I think they'd be value add if you want to trade into the second round. Probably would be less, expensive to do so. I would definitely look to trade in to get a pick in that range to select one of those guys. But the Nets draft, I think, is honestly the big takeaway. Five picks in the draft, and I think they selected Yegor Demon at pick 7, who was number 28 on my board. So I don't think they picked anyone who returned greater than pick 28 value on my board. So seems like they're in the mix of tank for Devansa or Boozer next year.
People were asking this earlier, and someone, after the draft tomorrow, I'll make a version of this sheet public. But man, I guess I think our boy Adam was asked this earlier, like Nets pick power rankings, from I guess your favorite to your least favorite of the picks that they made.
Man, Drake Powell probably number 1, or Sarah probably 1A or 1B there. I would say Powell probably number 1, Saroff number 2. I mean, Demon 3. It's just like I don't think Demon is a bad selection, but at that high in the draft, I do think it was a really, really big overreach.
Yeah.
Like if they were to draft him and say pick 28, I think that'd be a great pick, honestly. But if they picked him that high in the draft, when you had guys like Queen on the board and so many other guys, and that in that projected range. Even Nick Clifford going as far as he did, I would have selected him
Even
over
if they
Demon as
stuck
well.
at like 19 or whatever and took Demon, I wouldn't have minded that at all.
Right.
Like that would have been a super understandable swing, even if it's like a little high on my board. But like, still, I get it. But
Definitely, yeah, definitely a puzzling draft for them, and it seems like they're on the route to tanking for number one pick next year. It's just like taking 5 picks, and it's just like basically kind of putting that value set in stone, right? It's like you don't have those picks to trade to get an upgrade or to trade for a future pick, right? You kind of exhausted that value as the picks right now, and I mean, obviously, I think we're a bit lower on their selections, but
sure.
Puzzling to bring 5 guys into the mix like that.
It's weird. I definitely think my favorite pick is the Powell pick. The Saraf pick in a vacuum, I think, is right there. But the fact that they took Saraf after taking Traore and Yegor is just so puzzling to me. Like,
yep,
it's just 3 guys that need the ball in there. I think I asked this to whoever was on, maybe Will or someone, but of the 3 guards they drafted, Saraf, Yegor, Demon, and Trey, who do you feel the best about, like, eventually being able to be a good off-ball player? Like, if you had to pick one who you think figures out some way to be a good off-ball player, which one would you pick?
I actually forgot they picked Wolf, so I think he actually might be close to number 1 on the value rankings of their picks. But as far as their off-ball value, I mean, probably. I just don't buy Demon as a guy. He just needs the ball in his hands, and he's more so of a guy who's more pass first than score first, which I think is a pretty big problem. Either Saroff or Powell. So I'd probably say Powell. I think Powell showed some impressive ability to attack off the catch. Showed some floater stuff, mid range stuff as well. Pretty good shooter as a catch and shoot guy as well. I saw he was 44% on catch and shoot, tightly contested. So that's pretty impressive considering Carolina's crazy spacing this year that they had in their backcourt.
Yeah, the Powell pick, like even if like not my favorite player, like value wise, fit wise, timeline wise, makes perfect sense. Like I absolutely get why they would do why they would do the Powell thing. Like it's. Man, it is puzzling. We've talked a ton about the Nets draft. Any other favorite or least favorite days today for you, CT?
Yeah, I liked the Pelicans picks, even though I don't like the situation in New Orleans. I think the context there is going to be tough, especially with new management. I'm just not really high on the Pelicans context, but I really like the Fears and Queen picks. If you look at it in a vacuum, I had Fears as top 5 on my board, and I think you were a little higher on him than me.
I had him 4.
You had him 4. I mean, it's basically the same range, same
yeah,
range.
Exactly.
Yep. Queen, we had both at 3 as well. So both guys get a 3 and 4 in that class. Really impressive, I think, value for where they were picked. But I think trading in to the class and like trading up for like 10 slots is definitely a big overpay, and then trading another first round pick as well. Like really, really big overpay in as far as that's concerned. But that was my favorite two player draft. Like as far as the value is concerned, I really like that. Kind of shocked that a couple of guys slid down the board. Like Leak slid pretty far. McNeely, as far as like preseason expectations, he slid pretty far down the board as well. I think honestly the UConn context was pretty bad in the long run. Seeing how that kind of played out for him.
For sure.
Yeah, but yeah, favorite picks Fears and Queen at that slot. And I thought the Coward pick was a bit of an overdraft as well. And Memphis paid another first round pick to move up, in the class. So I think I had Coward at 20 on my board. So a bit of an overdraft there as well.
I had him right around the same area. It's such a weird one. Like I just I guess maybe it can kind of signal that the Grizzlies are like, we're going to take our time. We're going to take a developmental guy. Because Coward, I mean, he's not someone who, at least I don't know if you agree. He's not someone who I expect to be an early contributor.
Right.
At least I would be kind of surprised by that.
I agree. Yep, I agree. Especially playing at, Washington State, where he made the jump from D3 to Pac-12 basketball, which is not really too competitive if you really look at it at this point. Against the competition he played against, more the higher end comp, he didn't fare too well.
Yep.
Injury concerns this year, of course, too. only played around like 6 games. He graded out well as far as his statistics, highly efficient. But I do think against a higher end comp, he did show a tendency to struggle.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just like, it's such a weird one because I think I like Memphis as a spot for him, and it's not like they gave
Such
up
a Memphis pick.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not like they gave up a ton to go get him. It's like I think it was somewhat reasonable what they gave up to go get him, right? But I don't know. So someone in the chat said, where are Kadari and RJ landing in the second round? I thought
Yeah, I mean, I had RJ
in
as
Denver.
maybe. I had RJ as a first round grade on my board. I had him at pick at 30 on my board. Kadari I had as top 50 guy. I do think Kadari is pretty intriguing as far as returning, second round value as a guy like on the fringe. But yeah, I didn't expect those guys to go first round, but I think Lewis is a guy in the second round at this point. I think the first maybe was probably a bit of an overreach, especially after, that last game that he played really kind of was a pretty big narrative game, I think, for his stock. But I do think in the second round though, I do think he'll return pretty good value. He was really good for St. John's this year. Took a leap as a guy who's able to create with the ball in his hands, run pick and rolls. But I think defensively, if he's able to make that his calling card early on, I think that'll be beneficial for him. And Kadar is a guy who just has to shoot if he's going to stick. But yeah, I think value adds in the second round for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're both like interesting kind of defensive types.
Yep.
Someone's kind of mentioning it right in the chat. If, like you said, Denver doesn't have a pick, it's easy to get into the second round if you need to. Any of the players left on I guess kind of like a two-part question, right? Like, who are your best available players left, and which of those guys, assuming one of those players, would you like most as a Denver Nugget? If you could have your wish.
Yeah, I mean, Thiero was a guy I had at 12 or 13 on my board. And I think him slipping this far is pretty crazy comparatively to some of the guys who went in the first round at the end there. I think he's a guy who's going to return first round value. Dynamic athlete, really uses his physicality to kind of circumvent the spacing concerns that he provides as a shooter. Defensively, I think he's going to be one of the best defenders in the class. Whether that's a point of attack guy or a guy protecting the rim. Lewis was a guy I had there as a second round, add. Cam Jones for sure, Kyle Brenner, another guy who I had in the first round. I think those two guys will be really good second round ads. Let me see what else I have here. Will Richard, another guy. Who I think would be really. Yep. Will Richard. And who else do I have? I think that's really it at the moment. I think those guys probably top 5 on my board as far as returning, close to first round value.
I was venting about this to Jack, who is on before you. I'm so upset that the Clippers took Yannick only because he's the only player who picked in the first round that I didn't have a graphic ready for. I'm so upset. I even had one ready for Yang. I was ready for if Yang got picked in the first round, and I had that ready. And then it's like, I was really thinking, because I was doing some last minute ones today just because I wanted to have all my bases covered for the show. And then I'm like, do I need to do Yannick? And then I got lazy and didn't do it and bit me in the ass. But
that was a shock.
That's
a shock.
That's my own perfection, my own kind of perfectionism. Even though I didn't love the Asa pick, I mean, just with the trade down, I think Atlanta made off so well. So well they made off.
I like the Newell pick, Asa Newell pick at I think he was 23.
Yeah,
they were kind of rumored. They were rumored to take him, pretty much for a lot of the process. I didn't know how high they would go to get him, but at 23, I think it's really good value. Ace's guy's really dynamic offensive rebounder, versatile mover for a guy his size. I like the floater touch as well. And did they pick anybody else, or was only Asa?
That's it.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, I like that draft 13, for them.
Yeah, they traded 13 to
Memphis, right?
Yeah, because they originally had 22. They traded that to Brooklyn in the Porzingis trade, and then they traded and then they traded 23 to New Orleans, who traded up with them to take Queen. So
Yeah.
I think they made off
Great
pretty
day for
well.
them.
For it. Yeah, I mean, they again, like I'm not super high. I don't think I'm as high on you as Newell. Like I have, I had him as a second round guy, but even then, I think it's
Me
like
too.
I like the fit in Atlanta. That like makes sense. It's like not my favorite value, but I think they need, another, like they can always use another versatile defender, play finisher with Trey Young. But yeah, just getting off with like that first round pick, like the 2026 best of Milwaukee or New Orleans. Like I think there are real possibilities where both of those teams are not great next year. Like obviously, if a Giannis trade happens, or even if that old ass team continues to have injuries, there could be big issues. And obviously, like the Pelicans are just such a weird like clusterfuck of players that don't make sense, and they always have injury concerns. So like, fully possible, I think, that there's a world where the Pelicans aren't super crazy next year. Like they have the Pelicans are such a weird one for me because like they took two of like my guys in the draft in Queen and Pierce, but like I don't think I could have imagined a less good fit for them together, like than behind DeJounte Murray and Jordan Poole and Zion and even Messi. I'm just confused, honestly.
What do you think of that combination though, as far as long term, aside from like the situation of New Orleans? What do you think of them as a combination? Independent of that.
I mean, because I'm optimistic about Fears' shot, I think it works really well. And I think Queen is a better off-ball bet than I think he gets credit for because of his short roll play, and he's a great rebounder on the offensive glass. Someone said, where did I have McNeely originally? I had him like 33, so pretty much right around where they took him. I think that was a perfectly like fine pick to me, like nothing crazy exciting. But yeah, I mean, what did you think of Washington's draft? That's another one that like kind of confuses me.
Yeah, I like Trey for them though. I think Trey at pick 6 was a nice pick for them. A guy who can slot in next to Carrington and Kaishan George as well. Sarr. I like that pick. I had Trey at 4 on my board, so he went a little bit behind where I had him, but pretty minimal. But yeah, I liked Washington's draft as far as taking him, and they traded away Walter Clayton to the Jazz, and they were able to kind of pick up extra assets there. I think the Jazz probably overpaid. Honestly, they gave another first round pick, I believe, and 2 second rounds. I think.
Did they? Did they give a first? I don't remember. Man, there were too many stupid trades today. I don't.
Yeah. The trades tonight were really out of pocket.
I cannot keep anything straight. But man, that's the Riley one is interesting to me because like they have so many of these like ball skills, wingy shot makers, and like Riley value wise, I like Will Riley. He's one that I'm like kind of just like intrigued to see like how and where he fits within that core. I do like Trey. I think Trey going there is super reliant on him becoming like a legit on-ball creation threat, which I think is like within his range of outcomes. I wouldn't necessarily bet on that super highly, which is why I'm a little lower. Like, I mean, I can't even say I'm that low on the pick. It's like I had him at 6 and they took him at 6. Like it's, there were a couple guys I would have preferred, but I try not too much to like, bash teams for not taking players I like more, and think more of aside from like the very, very top of the draft. But I think I kind of liked it.
Yeah, I like the pick for them.
Overall, I think I feel positively about what Washington did. It's just another one that like I think I'm just gonna need to keep processing my thoughts on and figure out like how I really feel about it. But yeah, that's another interesting one. Who else did really well? Phoenix. What did you think of the Mark Williams trade? That was interesting.
Yeah, it kind of defeats the purpose though, because they got that pick back in the KD trade from Malawash, and then they traded a first round pick and then I think a couple of seconds as well for Mark Williams, and it's just that's such a redundant move because you can't really play Williams and Malawash together unless they go double big, but then the spacing is probably pretty cooked there. But yeah, it seems to be like a pretty redundant move, and I mean I don't know if they're probably not going to start Malawash right away. which is a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get it from the perspective of like you can't have too many playable bigs, and just like given the Suns' state of center play over the last 3-4 years, like I understand just being like we want to have guys in that room who can play, and like they didn't give up so much, like a late first and like a future like heavily protected first. I think it was like a future, it was like a future heavily protected 2029 or something like that. Yeah, like it wasn't with like best of or worst of. I don't remember exactly what it was. So like I get it from that perspective, and like Mark Williams is a great offensive player, but he's just another one of these guys. Like you just genuinely have to be very worried about his health. Like it's an understandable swing. I get why they did it, but also I'm like there's definitely downside here. Yeah, their other first is like kind of a fake first round pick. Like that's why I don't think it's like bad. Like I think it's just more confusing to me than bad. Like I'm not gonna say I hate it. It just like was one that made me like
Yeah. Well, if either then they could have taken somebody else other than Malawash at 10. I think he was the best player on the board. Maybe they could have taken Queen went after him, so I probably would have tried maybe for Queen, but even again, still kind of redundant there as well. Maybe Noah Senge, possibly, but I don't really think it's too big of a deal there. What'd you think of the Yang pick for Portland? I thought that was definitely out of left field.
It was based on just like pure like position on my board versus draft pick, clearly the biggest reach for me.
Right. Even Demon as well.
So Demon I had at 30, and they took him at 8, so that's 22 picks. Yang I had at 47, and they took him at 16, so that's 30 plus.
Right.
But I mean, like, was just like trying to make the optimistic case. Like he is a very interesting offensive player, and he's obviously a poor defensive player, but the Blazers are a great defense. What do you think of the fit with Klingon? Like that's
odd. I mean, he's got Klingon,
strange, right?
Aiden, and I think Robert Williams is still on the roster at this point as well. So they have a lot of bigs. I would be surprised if they don't deal one of them. Probably Williams, but I mean Aiden's still got some money on the books.
I mean,
so.
like I don't necessarily think like Aiton and Williams factored in too much this decision, but like
no, definitely Klingon though.
I mean, I like them trading down at least, like, but it sucks because like I want to give them props for the trade down. I do like the business with Memphis, but like I feel like Yakuchonis was just so obvious there to me. Like, it was a fit I would have liked a lot. Been totally happy sitting and taking an 11.
He got a good steal at 20.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Jonas.
It's the most Heat thing ever to just like, we're just gonna take the really good. It's like Yannick and Jace to me are like it's Tyrese Maxey vibes.
Yeah,
like, it's just these awesome guards. Nolan, I agree with you. The value difference of top picks makes the Yegor pick probably a little worse. Like, but I was just saying by like pure math. But yeah, I generally agree with you. Like hitting on the top, which is why I'm like, if the Nets really hit on that 8th pick, in our opinion, obviously, who knows? Like, if they took, I don't know, if they took Malawash, we both love that. And even if they did what they did for the rest of the draft, which we didn't love, I'd think positively of the Nets draft just because they got the good one, right? Like, but yeah,
that was the problem. It's the top pick it kind of set the tone for the rest of their picks. Like if they would have taken a Murray Boyles, right, or if they would have taken a Malawash or Queen, some even Sorber at that pick, I think that would have been a bit of a reach, but I still think he would have been better than Demon there. But yeah, definitely Brooklyn had the most puzzling draft for sure. What do you think of the Beringer pick for the Wolves?
For the Wolves, yeah,
17.
Totally cool with it. Honestly, it's like technically, again, it's not like technically a reach by my board. Like as you can see right here, I have Beringer. I have Beringer 25th, and they took him at 17. It's like technically a reach, but like within the same tier. He's in a tier that goes up to 16, 15. So I think it's totally fine, and I understand it quite a bit just because like they need more contingency plans in the front court. Right, Naz is a free agent. They don't really have another actual center they can play on the roster outside of Gobert. Like, obviously they're good at and they like to play small, like with Naz at the 5. I think that works, but I think it's not, I don't hate. I think it was pretty obvious. Like it felt pretty telegraphed that it's like, this is a team that wants Sorber and
Right.
But,
Yep.
but it's just a strange, it's just a good, my mind's all over the place, excuse me. But Baron J, I didn't mind. I think that's a totally fine pick. It's like, I think what I give it, a B-? Yeah, like perfectly B- pick. Honestly, I might move it up to a B. I think I actually like it more. But just because I do think there's real. Someone in the chat said, how do you feel about CMB to the Raptors?
I'm kind of surprised that the Raptors picked him. I thought they were going to go Basenge. Or Malawash as well.
I'm kind of surprised too, but I like it.
I like it too. Yeah, I think I think the spacing there is going to be pretty odd though with Barnes and CMB there, but they got some decent talent though with Ingram and
my
Barrett.
thing about the Raptors is like the fit offensively is super strange without like shooting or cutting on the roster really.
Right.
But I don't think the Raptors are that close to contending. So
No.
I pretty much. I mean, they're picking lottery for a reason, right? So I always subscribe to getting someone who you just think of as a high-level talent, and I think we both considered CMB as a high-level talent. I think someone said I would have rather had J17 and kept the picks that went to the Spurs for Rob. Yeah, I mean, hindsight's always 20/20. Like, who knew that Jace was going to be this good and fell this far? Our guy Laro is meh about Asengwe. What do you think about the Asengwe pick? I thought it was all right.
I thought it was all right too. I would have picked Queen again for the Bulls there. I thought that would have been a slam dunk pick for them, but I think he'll actually honestly compensate, be able to capitalize off of Giddey's passing there, getting on transition. But
yeah, absolutely fits.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not crazy about him as a prospect. I mean, it wasn't like a crazy reach. Like, where do they have him? I had him at 16 here, and he's like
I had him at 11, I think.
So like normal range, but like I'm surprised that the Bulls took like an obvious project pick. Like they're the Bulls. I mean, I guess they'll take like their Dalen Terrys and their Patrick Williams, but like I don't know. I feel like the Bulls are so like, we want to win now. We want to go in, and then they take a guy who's not going to be good for a couple of years probably. But like I like it. I think the Bulls need to be taking upside swings, and especially defensively. Like I'm not crazy about his offense, but like his defense is so freaky. Like he is an unbelievable defensive player. And like you said, like the fact that Chicago is, assuming they continue to play the same way next year, which I bet they will because of Giddey and Billy likes to play that way, like the fastest paced team in the league, like that's perfect the Asengwe fit. So honestly, I'm kind of talking myself into moving this grade up from a C+ to a B-. I don't mind this as much as I generally maybe that much, because I do think like the context makes a lot of sense. I'm not a huge like roster fit guy. Like I don't really care about like the specific like, oh, like you already took a point guard. They have a point guard, but I think ecosystem and like timeline matters. I think he fits with the Bulls ecosystem. Like we said, transition, fast-paced offense. They need a defender and like they need a player on, regardless of whether they'll ever admit it. They so badly need a player on his timeline. But
yeah. I mean, the Bulls they're in mediocrity, so they definitely try to swing for the upside a bit. And I think Asengwe was pretty good swing to take, honestly, at that pick.
Again, there are other players I would have preferred, Queen, Sorber, even like
Carter Bryant.
One last, even though I'm not a huge fan of Sorber, I love Sorber. I'm not a huge fan of Carter relative to consensus. I really like him in San Antonio. I love that.
Yeah, especially with the guards they have there with Harper in the mix and Hawks.
He's not going to have to do anything on offense but shoot, which I trust the shooting.
Good cut as well, rebound.
Yeah. Someone asked, do you have any thoughts on Yannick?
Pretty big overdraft, and sorry to our friend of the show, Rob Flom. Yeah,
Flom knows. But that's so funny. I
definitely an over.
I mean,
overpick
again. Like kind of understand it as like a, late first round projecty pick. And, I think the Clippers are pretty solid at developing players, and they are, a good team, and they do badly need a backup center. Like, they so badly need a backup center. That's true.
Yeah.
But like, I think he's just like an incredibly long, far away project who's older. I mean, just like a pure athletic tools flyer, and I'm personally not a fan of those bets generally. Like, I know, if that's your philosophy and it's like you like to go for the athletic flyers, like, yeah, I think Yannick is probably one of the ones to go for. I hear that, but no, yeah, I don't think he's an NBA player, and I probably wouldn't have. He was the only guy that they drafted who I didn't have a draftable grade on. Like even Yang, who I didn't love, I'm like, this guy, I draft Yang. Like, I definitely take him in the second round. But Yannick, I'm like, I am more questionable. Someone asked, I loved CT, not to put you on, was you were so ready to crash out if the Thunder took the Neek pick.
Yes, I was. I was. If they would have gotten him, I think I would have been really mad. But just a typical guy they added to their
People
rotation.
would have been upset.
Yeah. The Kings got a good value there, though, trading for him. Yeah.
I love it. Like,
great swing for them.
They've needed a real wing for so long. Kind of like, again, if the Thunder made out with Sorber and Queen, like the kind of greed that they talk about in the Bible, like this is like billionaire capitalist greed, man. But it also makes sense. Like they got a future, like, I mean, it's either a mid first or 2 seconds in 2027. And that makes sense to me. Just like keep pushing it down the road because the Thunder don't have roster spots. Like,
Yeah.
But I loved the Sorber pick, and like they absolutely just crushed it with that pick.
Yeah, he fell right into their lap. They didn't even have to really do anything either. Typical guy that can just add and plug and play to the bench. I think he's going to take some time to develop, but yeah, down the line though, I trusted him to return pretty high rotational value.
For sure. Someone said you should have just kept Kai Jones. Anyways, we are almost 5 hours into this stream. I swear this is longer than I went last year. I'm gonna look this up right now. I swear to God, this wasn't 5 fucking hours last year.
Yeah, I mean the picks take so long they just keep going.
It was 4 hours last year, so we're a whole 45 minutes longer than last year. So unless anyone has any last minute questions, or CT any last minute thoughts, words, obviously feel free to plug yourself, tell the people where they can find you, what you're up to.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me on, Ben. I wish I would have came on earlier, but good to recap the first round.
No, it's actually perfect that you came on to close
day one. Yep. I have a couple guys I see on your board here, your best available for round 2. Definitely a lot of guys that I have valued in the first round, like you have the Arrow, Kalkbrenner, Fleming, Small, even Watkins, I think, is going to be a pretty big value add in the second round.
Yeah, I got
Zion James, another guy I had in the top 30 on my board. I think there's value there for a team that wants to trade in and get a pretty relatively expensive, output for that. I'd be down to trade in for sure.
Right, like the second round, speech early has always come, but yeah, it's just fun. Anyways, tell the people where they can find you, what you do.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Ben. Always appreciate you asking me to come on the stream. Great job with the draft coverage this cycle.
Saying yes to me and giving me someone to talk to. So I don't have to talk to myself for 5 hours in a row.
No, it's good to recap the first round. But yeah, I got my big board today, final big board. I got some other stuff in the works as well. Maybe might drop an article or something coming up about the Nuggets offseason. I actually just dropped that recently, the Nuggets offseason article, but might do another one.
See, you didn't hold back on the Nuggets, did you?
I did not. No, I did not. They definitely have to, improve the roster moving forward. But yeah, that's this cycle's basically pretty much over. We'll be back tomorrow to recap round 2 on Ben's show. So tune into that. Great job with the cycle this year. Great content with the articles you put out. So should be a fun off season as well.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to everyone who has been here. Someone said Zakarski as a stash is solid after 40. Absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, thank you so much, everyone. It's midnight past EST. We still have 80 people in here. That's insane. There were like 100 plus the whole time. That's so wild to me.
That's
Anyways,
awesome.
same time tomorrow for it's 5 PST, 8 EST again tomorrow, right? For day 2.
Yeah, 8 p.m. for round 2.
I will same time, 4:30 PST, 7:30 EST. Going to have guests as well.
I'll be back.
If you're around, tell me and you'll be back. A couple more fun guests tomorrow, and just we'll talk second round of the draft. So thanks everyone. I really appreciate everyone, and have a good night.
Thanks, Ben.
So yeah.